I can see pretty much everyone. I've got 1, 2, 3. Right. Chris McTeer's just put a thumbs up as well. I'm just seeing who else we've got. I can see 8 people on the screen just now. So if you're not directly taking part, could you please mute and turn your video off? This is when we get the inquiry going. I'm happy for you to keep things on at the moment because there might be a number of questions that you have at the introductions. So if you're not taking part, for those taking part only, could you unmute when you're speaking? Mr. Campbell's just joining us as well, and keep your video on. So when you're taking part and actually speaking, make sure you've got your microphones on. Just a little word of warning. We have some building works going on. I've just been told this morning they're unexpected. Now, hopefully they won't interfere with the noise at our end, but if they do, we can have a word with them and ask them to keep the noise down a little bit. I'm hoping it won't be too disruptive, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that as the next couple of days go forward. Welcome everyone. This inquiry is in connection with an application by CWL Energy Limited for the construction and operation of a 45 turbine wind farm known as Foreside Community Wind Farm. I did a full introduction when we started the inquiry at the end of June, so I'm not going to go into too much detail just now, but there are a few things I will be covering. My name is Claire Milne, as most of you know by now, and I'm a reporter with Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to consider this application and report my findings and recommendations to them. I held a pre-examination meeting on the 23rd of February in order to guide the procedures for this case. And the minutes of that meeting can be viewed on our webcast library, and also the detailed notice there also on our website. As I said earlier, we held an inquiry at the end of June dealing with policy, landscape and visual impacts and community issues. So this is the second week of the inquiry, which has been arranged to consider cultural heritage matters and remaining evidence relating to landscape and visual impacts. I'll go through the itinerary for the week in a moment. I just want to ask and just check who's present. And so if you could just introduce yourselves, starting with the applicant.
Yes, good morning. So David Hardy, counsel, Squire Patton Boggs, and advocate for the applicant.
Thank you. Dumfries and Galloway, counsel.
Good morning, my name is Douglas Armstrong. I'm Queen's Counsel at the Faculty of Advocates and member of Terra Firma Chambers, and I'm representing Dumfries and Galloway Council.
Thank you. Who else is here from Dumfries and Galloway Council?
The intention is to have 2 witnesses, Mr. Chris McTeer from the Planning Department and Andrew Nicholson, the archaeologist.
Thank you. Historic Environment Scotland.
Yes, morning, ma'am. My name is Cameron Gregg. I'm associate at Morton Fraser, and I'm appearing for Historic Environment Scotland today. Although not on the call separately, I'm joined by the Historic Environment Scotland witnesses, Miss Ursula Subczynska and Dr. Mary McLeod-Rivet. I'm also joined by a colleague from Morton Fraser and other representatives from Historic Environment Scotland today.
Thank you. And finally, Foreside Community Group.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm John Campbell. I'm a Queen's Counsel at the Scottish Bar, and I'm representing the Foreside Community Group in this inquiry. As you know, I'm joined, but in other locations, by my 2 witnesses, Mr. Ken Moffat and Mr. Billy. No. Mr. Billy Young, sorry, I had a senior moment there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I understand Scottish Borders Council has withdrawn its objection on cultural heritage grounds, so they'll not be taking part this week. So I think we've probably got everybody that's going to be involved this week, either present or going to be joining us at the sessions as we go forward. Thank you for the introductions. So before we move on to talk about the arrangements for this week's inquiry, I'd like to ask the applicant, firstly, if there's any update with regard to the Eskdale Muir seismic array and the objections made by the Ministry of Defence. Just is there any way you can update me at this stage, Mr. Hardy?
Well, discussions are in process, and it is expected that forward momentum will continue. I haven't spoken to my client specifically about it this morning, but I can take further instructions at lunchtime and can come back to you. But my understanding in the background is that forward progress is being made.
Do you know if any meetings have been held between yourselves and Ministry of Defence? There was
That has been a meeting of experts. I don't know if there's been anything beyond that.
I'll seek an update more formally after the inquiry is concluded. But if there's anything you can update me meantime.
At lunchtime, yes, I will do.
Thank you. Another matter just to highlight is, just so other parties are aware, I've issued further written submissions to the applicant and to Foresight Community Group on the matter of the carbon calculator and carbon costs. This was a follow-up issue that I wanted to take up on in terms of a procedure notice. So I think all the responses that are due by the 29th of August, but I understand, Mr. Campbell, there's a document that's been submitted yesterday or the day before, which is a journal article which you've submitted, just to give the applicant sight of that before they respond fully.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay.
It's been acknowledged by Marie Buchanan, your case officer, and it deals only with that article. We thought it better to give the applicants as much time as possible to respond.
Yes, we've seen that, Mr. Campbell. Thank you.
Thank you. And then just another small matter is additional information was submitted by, I think, on behalf of the applicant, Dr. Carter, to do with Haggis side mounds and following a site inspection that Mr. Carter carried out. So just to let you know that I'd accepted that information, and that is been forwarded as evidence for the inquiry. So parties will have seen that come in. I think it was just at the end of last week. Moving on to the inquiry process this week, I prepared a timetable, and that can be read on our website, and that should have been circulated to you. And this morning, I expect to hear evidence on behalf of the applicant from Dr. Stephen Carter on cultural heritage matters. Then the inquiry will continue, I've said tomorrow, but it's afternoon. Sorry, this is my original timetable. It's afternoon with Dumfries and Galloway Council's witness. Firstly, I've put Mr. Chris McTeer and then Andrew Nicholson. And then on Wednesday morning, we will continue with the cultural heritage inquiry with two witnesses for Historic Environment Scotland. Firstly, Ursula Shushinka and then Dr. Mary MacLeod Rivet. And in the afternoon, we will hear from Foresight Community Group's witnesses, Mr. Ken Moffat and Mr. Billy Young. So that will conclude the cultural heritage inquiry sessions. And then on Thursday, I expect to hear evidence from Siobhan McDermott, who's the witness for Scottish Borders Council on landscape and visual matters. And I would expect that probably to finish in the morning on Thursday. So is the running order I've described acceptable to everyone? Does the order of the witnesses make sense? Anybody want to come in? If you want to comment, raise your hand or speak. Mr. Armstrong.
Ma'am, that was the order we were intending, certainly for our witnesses. There was one matter which I think we had raised earlier, and that was in relation to the conditions session, which I recollect at the last hearing we had, that was going to be put off to a later date. And Mr. Hardy had indicated at that I think the ball was in the applicant's hands in relation to collating all the responses to the latest version of the conditions. And Mr. Hardy indicated that he was going to come, or his clients were going to come back in a week or so. The council still haven't received back that revised draft of conditions. I know we had intended in the first version of the timetable to have a conditions session on the 11th, and I was wondering whether it would still be possible to do that, although I appreciate now that obviously we haven't seen the revised conditions, but if there was, say, very little between the parties on the conditions, I wonder if there was scope for using that Thursday afternoon for dealing with conditions, but that would obviously be predicated on seeing the revised conditions sooner rather than later. That was really the first main point. The second point, Ma'am, was I think you had asked for clarification or information in relation to the Hughes Valley population. This is proving slightly harder than we anticipated to ascertain. We have ascertained that there are 50s in the Hughes Valley. Unfortunately, the data zones of population take in a greater area than these 59 properties, although we are trying to work out the figure as best we can in relation to these properties. It may be helpful if we share the information once we've finally got it with the applicant first, just to show the area that we're considering which shows the properties concerned, and also showing the data zone figures, and then producing them to you, Ma'am. I think we'd be hopeful. I'm looking at Mr. Mathieu to maybe have that before the end of this week's sessions. I've got a nod on that, so hopefully we can share that information and get that to you before the end of this week. And the third point was just to clarify, and I understand that there was some discussion at the community group session about closing submissions and the requirement for a summary of case. And I think this was in response to my learned friend, Mr. Campbell's questioning on this. And my understanding is that effectively the summary of case could form part of the closing submission rather than being a document. But it'd be helpful just to get clarification on how you would issues that were discussed this morning. Was that obviously there's information in relation to the carbon calculation, which I think are coming in on the 29th of August. I assume that might have implications in relation to Mr. Campbell's submission and Mr. Hardy's submission. And I note that we've got closing submissions for all parties apart from the applicant for the 22nd of August and for the applicant on the 29th of August. And I was just wondering whether we tend to stick to that timetable. Again, that's perhaps a matter we don't need to deal with today, but I'm just highlighting it as an issue. It would be helpful to have clarification on before the end of these sessions. These are the only points I have.
Okay, I'll just pick up that last point first of all. Yes, we did discuss, and you weren't present at the committee issues hearing, so we did discuss it, and it was something I was going to come back on. And I think it was agreed that in this particular case, summary of cases are probably not something that are necessary as part of this, and that closing submissions, as we know them, should be submitted in the normal way. The timescale, yes, I'm not sure. I'd like to hear from other parties whether they feel that date might be an issue in terms of meeting the 29th for the applicant and the 22nd for all other parties. So we'll come back to that in a second. The population figures, yes, please. If you could liaise on that and get back to at the end of the week, that would be helpful. So just dealing with the closing submissions, are there any views in whether those dates are going to cause difficulties on the current inquiry? Mr. Campbell.
I think it rather depends, if I may say so, on when the applicant proposes to respond on the carbon calculator matter. He has until the 29th, so it would clearly not be sensible to tender a closing submission before that was available. But an additional amount of time to cater for that needn't be a long additional amount of time. A week or two at the most, I would have thought, with respect. We still have to take instructions clearly, but the logic would be to try and get as much into the closing submission as one needs to, and then come back if necessary. But I would hope that it wouldn't be necessary to come back.
Mr. Hardy?
Yes, I think we're keen to stick with the 29th. So if there's going to be movement, perhaps to bring forward the date for any submissions in relation to the carbon calculator and any response. I've just taken instructions, and we are certainly able to do that. So I think preference would be, I don't know, Mr. Campbell, is there going to be anything else coming on the carbon calculator?
No, the submissions are before the inquiry, and the request of the reporter was simply to highlight the article that is relied on in the submissions.
Fine. So if we were, I'll take instructions, but give you an earlier date then for response, and preferably a few days before your closing submissions are due, then we might hopefully be able to stick to the timetable as it is.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. If that's possible. So let's say, you know, roughly 7 days before, you could think
so
about
that's the 15th or something like that. Yeah, that's certainly what we'll aim to do. In relation to conditions, I'm happy to report that there isn't a great deal of difference between the parties, and we've collated the responses, and I think Mr. Campbell is able to distribute that revised version perhaps even today. So if that's right, then a session on Thursday afternoon I think is possible and would be a good idea.
It's the other Mr. Campbell you're talking about, obviously.
Sorry, Mr. Armstrong, would be a good idea. Mr. Keith Campbell, yes, sorry, Mr. Keith Campbell from CMS, not you, John.
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't originally anticipated. Well, we originally had the condition session down, but then we fitted the landscape vision. If we think that we can cover that in the afternoon of Thursday, I'm happy to slot that in. I will. Callum, I don't know if he's on the call, but presumably we're okay to run a session in the afternoon, Callum? I'm not listening in. I'll double check, but I'm sure it'll be okay. And we can add that onto the webcast.
Yeah, I think so, man, for two reasons. One, the landscape session I'd hope to wrap up in the morning. The bulk of that has already been done, and there are some points obviously which need to be dealt with from borders. But I'd expect that to finish in the morning, and I think the condition session will comfortably fit within an hour or two in the afternoon. So that would be my suggestion.
Okay, happy to schedule that in. Just another point I want to make about the site inspection, and just let everybody know what I've done so far, and to discuss the arrangements for Friday as well. So I've visited the area on an unaccompanied basis, and this included visiting a number of viewpoints, nearby settlements, and making journeys along the A7 and the B709. It also included a walk up to Hughes Doors and to Pikethorpe Cairn, and a walk along the Rangway Burn to the Wisp Stone, which is just in the glen, just to the northwest of Hughes Doors. And I've also been at Whiter Hill as well. On the 2nd of July, I also visited the Borderlands Museum in Teviot Head briefly also. And it's possible that I intend to carry out a further unaccompanied site inspection to Pophome Hill, which is to the north of Lanham. So this Friday, we have an accompanied site inspection arranged, and the itinerary for that, I think, was sent through. So that's finalised now, setting out all the details. Now, we've had a few people confirmed attendance, but we haven't heard from, as far as I know, Dumfries and Galloway yet as to who's attending. So could that be clarified for me perhaps this morning, or has an email been sent to the office? Mr. Armstrong.
Mum, I thought that had been clarified, but we'll clarify that by email this morning.
I think there's a little bit more capacity in terms of numbers of people that can be taken in the vehicles that are available. So I think I've put up to 2 witnesses for Dumfries and Galloway Council, if that's okay. Mr. Campbell, do you want to come in?
Yes, please. You're aware, I know, of the Tarras Valley community buyout arrangements that have been set out in front of the inquiry. A person from the community company will meet you on the site visit just to point out the extent of the land. Obviously not to give evidence on your site visit, but simply to point it out to you. Rather than accompany you around on the itinerary, she'll be there waiting for you.
Okay, so that will be at around, let's just see, what time are we going to be going up there? That's when we first, kind of early in the morning, yeah, when we first set off.
Right, at 9:45, I think.
Yes, yeah, but about that sort of time.
Or thereabouts.
Mhm.
We know who she is. What? Her name is Angela Williams.
Angela Williams, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to go through the itinerary in any detail because we've all had an opportunity to comment on it and add to it. So it's quite a full itinerary. It's going to be very hot on Friday, and we'll take regular breaks, I think, to keep everybody comfortable. Yes, if final parties can just confirm attendance so far. In terms of attendance, I have just 1 second. I have a note here.
Was that just taking? Was that asking us, asking the applicant?
No, I'm just going to run through who's a confirmed attendance to us in case I'm misunderstanding anything. Just bear with me a second. So for the applicant, I've got Gillian Cropper, Deanna Wooler, and Mr. Welch was originally going to be attending, but I understand he's got COVID, and I think we've sent an email back to say that if he's still testing positive, I'm afraid he shouldn't be attending the site inspection, and that the same goes for anybody else who's tested positive on the day of the site inspection. For Scottish Borders Council, we have Siobhan McDermott, who's confirmed attendance. The Forsyth Community Group have got Yvonne Jackson and Mark Steele, and that's the total number of people that have confirmed so far. Okay, so it's certainly Mr. Armstrong, if you can confirm for Dumfries and Galloway Council, and we'll hear if there's anybody else coming along also.
Just on that point, I can confirm that it will be Chris McTeer and Andrew Nicholson who will be attending on that on Friday.
Okay, thank you. I'll let you know.
So, Ma'am, in relation to Mr. Welch, obviously the applicant wants him to do the site visit. He's the person that's been involved with this for a number of years and has given evidence. He is going to be testing. He obviously will test Thursday night. I think that's the latest we can leave it because people will be travelling. So I think the best we can do is send out an email on Thursday evening as to whether or not he is going to be attending or not. There is concern if he is not able to attend that we, I need to take instructions, but I think the client would be concerned that the site visit, if the accompanied site visit takes place without him. So we're all hoping that he will test negative, but obviously that's outside of our control. I'm not sure I can take it any further. We'll just I don't know. I have not spoken to Mr. Welch. All I've been in contact with him is by email. How he's feeling. He has had it before. I know it's the second time he's had it. So whether that's going to be a lighter brush or indeed whether it's going to be more serious brush, I don't know. So maybe we'll make contact with him during this week, and I can give you a progress report. But I just want to put a marker down.
Okay, on Thursday evening. Yeah, if you can let us know.
Thank you.
In terms of PPE and the forestry operations, Mr. Hardy, is that still something that people require?
I'm instructed that we will know on Thursday and we will circulate an email.
Do you have any spare PPE that you can lend anybody if nobody's got necessary equipment?
Yes, I'm told that high-vis jackets and hats, yes. So yes, there is some spare PPE.
Right, Mr. Campbell.
I'm told there will be toilet facilities available at TV Head for your site inspection. I'm not quite sure where. I'm not quite sure where, but Miss Jackson will tell you when you're on the trip.
That'd be useful because that would be a point we'll come to kind of midway through the daytime, so we might need another comfort break. Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay.
People are advised to bring, obviously, drinks and hat lunch so that we can have a suitable break in the middle of the day. It's slightly later on, isn't it? I think it's getting on 2 p.m. probably before we manage to stop for some lunch. Okay, great. Thank you. That's the arrangements for Friday. And say any updates to any of that, please email the office and I will be contacted and informed. So the format of the inquiry and housekeeping, just to run through that quickly before we kick off. We'll start each day at 10 a.m. Virtual calls tend to start a little bit later. We tend to sit for slightly longer, slightly shorter periods, apologies, just to give people a bit of a rest from the screen. I intend to introduce small breaks roughly every 2 hours, and we'll have an hour for lunch. And we'll introduce that at a suitable point in the proceedings. Now, any witnesses are expected to remain on screen with a video on for the duration of their evidence giving session. Just so you're aware of that. All the documents are available to view on the DPA website under the case reference WIN-170-2007. And I think the applicant has set up a collaboration website containing all the inquiry documentation as well. You should be able to get access to everything. If you are using smartphones or other communication devices during the inquiry, please make them inaudible, and any witnesses should not be included in such communication. You should be aware of that. Everyone should follow Scottish Government COVID-19 guidance when participating. So if you are in a shared office, and I think some of you are, please can you maintain physical distancing, just in meters distance between you and another person. And just to highlight as well, when we do the site inspection, when you're inside the vehicles, could you please wear a mask? Now, if I'm in any doubt that advice above on COVID-19 is not being followed, it may be necessary to adjourn the inquiry, but I'm sure that won't be required. You'll be aware the inquiry is being webcast live on our webcasting site, and the video recording will be retained on the website after the application is determined. And by taking part, you are consenting to being recorded and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings. Any technical issues, if they arise, Callum's going to be available on the call throughout. So he'll pick up any problems. If anybody loses connections, we'll certainly bring him in and see if we can help sort that out. Okay, so finally, if anybody has any questions, I mean, you've been putting your hands up physically, but you can use the react button, hand raising on Teams as well. So either method's acceptable to me. I'll keep an eye on the screen. Are there any more questions, queries before we move on to the first inquiry witness? Mr. Hardy.
Just one, it's a small matter. Would you mind if I took my jacket off? It's quite warm where I am.
Yes, no, absolutely. Please get comfortable. I'm aware it's going to get hotter the next couple of days. So please be as comfortable as you need to be.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Then, without further ado,
Mr. Hardy, do you want to introduce your first witness?
Yes, Dr. Stephen Carter. And in order to introduce Dr. Carter to the inquiry, I'm going to take the first section of his report just a little bit fuller. So Stephen Carter, Senior Heritage Consultant with Headland Archaeology, Fellow of the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland, member of the Chartered Institute for Archaeology, holding degrees in Botany and Geography, and then Environmental Archaeology PhD. Practiced in the heritage sector since 1989, over 20 years of experience working on the cultural heritage aspects onshore wind farm development. And that's included contributions to over 50 hearings and public inquiries throughout the UK and Ireland. Is that all correct, Dr. Carter?
Yes, that's all correct.
Headland Archaeology involved with the Foresight application since October 2018, when it was engaged by CWL to provide input to the project on cultural heritage matters. Since that date, colleagues have provided advice on the evolving scheme layout, preparing relevant sections of the EIA report. That was May 2019, and then additional information submitted in May 2020. And the personal involvement with the project, other than internal discussions with colleagues, started in November 2021, when the applicant began preparation for this inquiry. Since then, you've assisted the applicant in further consultation with interested parties, seeking to resolve outstanding objections related to cultural heritage matters, contributed to drafting of the applicant's inquiry statement on cultural heritage matters and to the statement of agreed matters with other parties. Visited the application site and surrounding area in order to better understand the various heritage assets of relevance and to experience them in their landscape settings. And that's allowed you to review the assessments previously prepared by colleagues at Headland and to form your own opinion on the predicted impacts of the wind farm. Again, is all that true and correct?
Yes, that's a correct summary, yes.
Thank you very much. You tell us then about your professional standards and so on.
Mr. Carter, I don't know if anybody else, I'm struggling to hear you. You're very, very faint. So
is that better?
It's still very quiet, actually. Is there any way you can adjust, get a little bit closer, perhaps, and play with the settings?
Yes, I've got a microphone on my mouth, so it's difficult to get that closer. That's still showing very faint, is it?
It is, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, yes. The test seemed to be satisfactory earlier, so I'm not sure what has happened.
I can hear you. Can everybody hear Mr. Carter? It's still, Mr. Armstrong, are you struggling?
Very faintly. I mean, it's difficult to, I can make out that it's a sort of yes or no, but I can't really, if it goes on, can't really hear terribly much.
Is that any better?
That's better.
That's a little better, yeah.
A little better, yes.
It still could be a bit like that, yeah.
Sorry, I'll speak out, and I've put my microphone as close as I can to my mouth. But please,
very close.
Yeah, please tell me if that's not sufficient.
It's just sufficient, Stephen, just sufficient. I don't know if perhaps your microphone isn't working properly, maybe picking up the microphone on your computer rather than the microphone on your headset.
Ma'am, shall we take 2 minutes just to try and sort out the technology? While we're doing that, can I also say, Mr. Armstrong, that you froze on a couple of occasions? Yeah, I don't know whether that happened for other people, but you froze. So whether it's a Wi-Fi problem, I'm not sure.
Can I also speak again and say, is that better? That's now on the laptop microphone.
Not the same, but what do everyone else think? I can hear you.
I can hear you. I think you can adjust the microphone by putting the volume up a bit by the button. Depends on your computer, but there are buttons that you can put it up. I think that's probably still quite low, that one.
I think let's take 2 minutes, Mum. That's the best idea.
Okay.
Coming through okay from our end. That's any assistance.
Take a few minutes, are they?
I've got another headset if you need it.
I've got a new headset. Is that a better headset?
Certainly better. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I hope that's the only technical glitch of the morning.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Probably a Roman headset.
Indeed, indeed.
The only joke you'll hear today.
It's a good one, though, Mr. Campbell. So let's stick with that. Right.
Okay, Mr. Hardy, do you want to continue?
Yes, thank you. So we are going to take the recognition as read. So, Dr. Carter, we're going to get into the issues that are still live. There are 4 of those. I'm going to go through a list of documents, if I may, that we're going to go to. So they are APP 03001. That's the inquiry report.
We just say 3.1.
3. CD so 533. That is the DCG consultation.
Hardy, your audio keeps coming on and off, but we keep losing you there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
So 543, that's the response to DGC. CD 13.5, that's the EIA handbook, and that's page 67. There's the statement of agreed matters between the council and the applicant. There is the community group inquiry statement. Then we've got CD 13.25 and 26. They are the reports in relation to East and Dumfriesshire, and then Ousdale and Lower Eskdale. We've got CD 289. That's figure 9.3. That's in the EIAR for the extent of the Mott MacDonald surveys. Then in relation to HES, CD 524, that's the HES response to the EIAR. There's the SOAM with HES. There are the inquiry reports and the precognitions from HES. And then in relation to impact on settings, CD 1333, that's the inquiry report from HES. And I think that is it. We might go to the Border's updated inquiry statement in relation to Pikethorpe, Hill Cairn, but perhaps not. So that's the listers I think we need. So evidence then really set out in the in line with the 4 issues that were set out by the reporter. The first of those, Dr. Carter, the extent of the archaeological survey, the baseline information. And I want to start with the position of Dumfries and Galloway's council. And the archaeologist Andrew Nicholson raising concerns about the archaeological survey in his consultation response dated the 18th of April 2020. So that's CD 533. Could we just have a look at that? And in particular, the suggestion that Mr. Nicholson wasn't comfortable. I don't feel that a single individual could adequately cover the 23 square kilometres of the development site over the course of 2 days. So that's a sentence. Now, your response then, please, to the council's criticism.
Yes, as Mr. Hardy's just said, this is a concern that was raised in the consultation response from Andrew Nicholson, and my colleague Headland did respond to the matters that he raised in that consultation in a letter. This is CD 05.43. So the matters were addressed at the time in July 2020. And I think the key thing that was pointed out was that the extent of the survey that Mr. Nicholson had been concerned about the duration of, was not of the full 23 square kilometres of the application site, but was a selective survey limited to the footprint of the proposed development. And And obviously, the question is that sufficient? Is that adequate for the purposes that were needed for the EIA? And in my opinion, it was an appropriate level of survey effort, and it's certainly standard practice in this type of development where you have a very large application area but a relatively small development footprint, and in a situation where the existing baseline information was considerable. So we're not talking about an area where there had been no previous effort and therefore great uncertainty about what might be present within the application area. And therefore I think it was entirely appropriate and proportionate to take the approach that was taken. And I'm aware that Mr. Nicholson, in his inquiry report, particularly makes reference to the guidance given in the EIA handbook, that's CD 13.5, and about the need for baseline studies and the scope of baseline studies, and considers that we failed to conform to that guidance. I don't agree with that position, and I think what the important point that lies behind this is the point of proportionality in environmental impact assessment, and I have a reference here to page 67 of the EIA handbook, which deals with this point of proportionality. So that's CD 13.5 again.
Let's just have a look at that, Dr. Carter. So that's page 67, CD 13.5. Let's take us to that reference, please.
Yes, that provides a useful table there, a box, if you like, of points, and particularly picks up on this point that the scope of baseline studies needs to be proportionate to a project and the importance of potential receptors. And I feel that the level of survey effort put in this case meets that general proportionality test. And so the guidance that Mr. Nicholson refers to later on in the same document needs to be understood in that context. So I think taken overall, the results of the walkover survey combined with the existing records for the application site and the surrounding area gives us a baseline that is sufficient to understand both the archaeological potential of the application site and any likely significant direct impacts and impacts on the setting of heritage assets.
Okay, thank you for that. Now we can go to the statement of agreed matters if you think it's necessary. So that's the sum between the council and the applicant. But the question is this: so, to what extent do concerns regarding adequacy or otherwise of the archaeological survey form part of the objection by the council?
My understanding is that the objection from Dumfries and Galloway Council, as stated in its reasons for objection, solely relates to impact on the setting of certain heritage assets and doesn't relate to methodological matters or baseline survey matters. And I think that's confirmed by the statement in the statement of agreed matters. So it's entirely consistent on that point.
Okay, so turning away from the council, let's have a look at the I've got I don't know whether people can hear me, but I have a technical problem.
I can hear you, Mr. Hardy. Yes.
I lost Mr. Hardy. He's back now. But...
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you okay. Can you hear us? No. Can you see us, Mr. Hardy? Can you?
I don't know. Can people hear me now?
Yes. we can hear you.
If I may intervene, he doesn't understand. He cannot hear you. You can hear him. That's the difficulty.
Can you see us, Mr. Carter?
Can you see the other participants, David?
I can see people, but they've all frozen. What I got was a black screen of death saying, hold on, technical problem. We're trying to reconnect you to the meeting. So I wonder whether I should leave the meeting. Everybody's just frozen on my screen. I wonder whether I should leave the meeting and then try and get back in.
That might be a good idea. Yeah, just let's try that. Mr. Carter, can you communicate to him and say that's probably a good idea? Okay.
Yes, I'm just looking at it.
Thank you. Is he struggling to get reconnected, Mr. Carter?
Yes, I'm afraid we're not getting an instant solution to this.
Yeah.
It's difficult to know whether it's a matter of seconds or whether there's something more seriously adrift.
Okay.
He's looking very seriously at his computer at the moment.
Yeah, you're both on the same connection, which is interesting because yours is coming through absolutely fine. So that's a bit strange.
Yeah.
It's just a broadband width.
Yes, no, I won't pretend to be able to explain what's
let's
happening.
just persevere for a bit longer yet.
Okay, thank you.
Just ask for five.
David Hardy has just asked for 5 minutes, please, to have a more thorough investigation of what's going on. So rather than just hang on second by second, if we could have 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Okay, just switch your cameras off just now, but stay on the call, please. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
David. I'll check if you can hear and see me okay. Oh, you won't be able to see me, sorry, I've not got it.
Mum, can you hear me?
Not a great signal, no. It's jerky, you're a bit blurry. Just talk again.
I can't hear anything.
Okay, I can hear you.
We can hear you, David.
Put this straight into the USB.
His difficulty is that he can't hear you at the moment, but we're getting there, I think.
The picture is quite hazy, certainly, of Mr. Hardy as well.
I think that reflects the camera in the laptop he's now using. He's on a different laptop.
Right. Can people hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us, Mr. Hardy?
Yes, I can. That's good. So I'm completely switched computer. I don't know what happened. It just I decided to have a meltdown. I'm very sorry about that. So if we're good, then we can continue. So,
There's a bit of an echo.
There seems to be an echo. I think somebody else must have a computer that's still on that is causing the problem there.
let me see. Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not
Good.
bad.
Finally there, everyone can hear me. Right.
Yes.
Right, very sorry about that. And where we were going, so we just dealt with the statement of agreed matters between the council and the applicant in the absence of objection based on adequacy of the archaeological survey. We're then going to turn to the Foresight Community Group and the position taken in its inquiry statement. I've got a message which has just popped up saying success. I don't know where that's come from, but there you go. I agree, success. That the community group consider the archaeological resource of the application site and surrounding area to be poorly understood and insufficient archaeological survey being carried out to remedy the situation. Again, your response to that, Dr. Carter, please.
I think it's fair to say I don't agree with that characterization of the work that's been done. I think this is an area that has seen considerable archaeological survey effort in the past and is therefore well understood. So we have, for the whole of the application site, published inventories from the Royal Commission on the Ancient and Historical Monuments of Scotland, and the majority of the site, which lies within Dumfries and Galloway, is covered by the recent inventory for Eastern Dumfriesshire. We also have, for that same area, the rather earlier work done at the end of the 1970s, beginning of the 1980s, again by the Royal Commission, in their archaeological surveys of Usedale and Upper Eskdale. And the references for those two documents are CD 13, 25 and 26. We then also have much more recently the work that was done in advance of proposed woodland planting on the land of Use Farm and Stenniswater Forest, where we have the reports by Mott MacDonald done in 2018. And if you want to be clear about the extent of those surveys, that's shown on figure 9.3 of the EIA report, and that's CD 289. So when you collate all that information and adding the work that was done in terms of the additional archaeological survey from the EIA this time around, I think you have a good informed summary about the overall character of the archaeological resource in this area, and that's something that I summarise in my inquiry report at paragraphs 317 to 323. And the picture I think that emerges from all that work and the collation of that work is both the prehistory and the more recent past. You have one where there's settlement and cultivation restricted to the lowest land, very much at the margins of the application site. And in fact, really only extending into the application site at the very most northern end, where the main access track comes in at fairly low altitude. The bulk of the site, historic and prehistoric land use, very much restricted to extensive livestock grazing and the archaeological features that can relate to that. Also, other activities perhaps such as foraging and hunting, where there will be little or no physical evidence that would be preserved for those activities. Now, I'm aware that the Foresight Community Group has highlighted archaeological sites, some of which were not included in the baseline study for the application, and it considers that there would be additional impacts by the proposed development that haven't been recognised in the EIA work. I've reviewed all the information provided by the community group, and I've not identified cases where there are archaeological sites where there would be adverse impacts not previously reported in the EIA report or the additional information. And in saying that, I include the most recent checking I did of the reported mounds on Haggis side. And that's that supplementary note that was submitted last week. I think my overall view is that the information provided by the community group doesn't change our overall understanding of the character of the archaeological resource in the area, or support their assertion that the area is poorly understood and that there has been insufficient work undertaken.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Carter. That deals with extent of survey effort. I want to turn then to assessment methodology. You deal with that, I think, in your inquiry report, paragraphs 3.8 to 3.11. So that's APP 3.1. I want to again run through the parties. So the position, first of all, of HES. What's your understanding now, of the position now?
My understanding I suppose in summary, of the position now is that there is no objection on grounds of concerns regarding methodology from HES, although I recognise that in their consultation and responses, and indeed in the recent inquiry report of Ursula Subzinska, that they note a number of concerns they have had about methodological issues. However, as confirmed in the statement of agreed matters, it is not listed as one of the matters of disagreement between the parties, and as it states there, the difference is one about the difference of professional judgment about the extent to which change in setting would affect the cultural significance of the Useley's watchtower. That is the issue between the applicant and Historic Environment Scotland. And this is something that is acknowledged in Ursula Subzinska's inquiry report, paragraph 79 of that report, and that's CD 1332.
Let's just stop off there if we may. So 1332. Paragraph 79 of the inquiry report, and the specific point you want to make, Dr. Carter.
Yes, I'll just bring up the document. So quoting from 79 of Ursula Subzinska's inquiry report, despite the highlighted methodological flaws, the differences in the findings of significance of impacts appear to be vested in the difference of professional judgment and to the extent to which any changes in setting due to the presence of certain turbines of the proposed development would diminish the cultural significance of the watchtower. And that in itself, as she notes, is quoting from the statement of agreed matters.
Thank you very much. And then in relation to the recognitions, so following on from the report, what does HES have to say about methodological concerns?
Yes, I think the relevance of noting the recognition, as well as the inquiry report, is that in the recognition she was able to address the fact that, having seen my inquiry report, she's aware now that an assessment has been submitted by the applicant that specifically addresses the point of integrity of setting that is central to the SPP paragraph 145 test in relation to the setting of scheduled monuments. And this was something that was a point of criticism in earlier Historic Environment Scotland responses. And this is at so her recognition paragraphs 24 to 26, CD 1332. And if I read from her recognition, so paragraph 24, she says, more importantly, I advised in my inquiry report that the EIAR conclusions could not be read across into the application of paragraph 145 of SPP. And paragraph 25, of particular note is the fact that the EIAR and subsequently the AI provided conclusions on cultural significance of scheduled monuments and not on the integrity of setting of the scheduled monuments, which is required in order to apply the policy test set out in paragraph 145 of SPP. And then finally, 26, Dr. Carter, the applicant's archaeological consultant, in his inquiry report, has now provided a separate assessment which gives a conclusion on the proposal's impacts on the integrity of setting of the Useley's watchtower. So my understanding is that that concern that Historic Environment Scotland had has been addressed by the material submitted in my inquiry report.
Okay, so that's HES position then now of Dumfries and Galloway Council.
Yes, again, similar to Historic Environment Scotland, Dumfries and Galloway Council has not objected to the proposed development on grounds relating to assessment methods, but nevertheless, Andrew Nicholson, in his evidence, in his inquiry report, indeed, which is DGC 4.2, he makes a couple of criticisms of the assessment method used in the EIA report. And this is at paragraphs 517 and 518 of his inquiry report. And the 2 points he's making here, one relates to the use of the term loss of cultural significance rather than alteration of cultural significance. And the second point relates to what he sees as an emphasis on cultural significance deriving from intrinsic characteristics of an asset rather than those deriving from the contextual and associative characteristics of an asset.
Okay. And your response?
On the first point, on the point of loss or alteration, I don't accept that this is a substantive point, and I think it's perhaps useful to refer to where this comes from, which is the EIA handbook, Appendix 1. So this is CD 13.5, and it is probably actually worth turning to this, and this is going to page it's 184 of CD 13.5. Just waiting a sec just to make sure everybody's has that. What I want to refer to is figure 1 on that page, which provides a set of guideline assessment criteria for the magnitude of impacts. And I think the point I want to make is just a simple one, that if there is a concern about the precise use of language here, about whether loss or alteration is appropriate and acceptable, I just note that loss and lost and alteration are both used in this table. And I don't think that the drafters of Appendix 1 intended and there to be any meaningful difference between them. And fundamentally, the issue is one about whether the table is considered as a two-tailed or a one-tailed table, if you like. And you'll see that the table has two columns, one for adverse effects and one for beneficial effects. And lost is clearly adverse, whereas altered is neutral, because arguably cultural significance could be altered for the better or altered for the worst. And I think the way that we have been using lost in our assessment is to indicate an adverse effect, nothing more than that. So I think it's not a substantive point, and not one that is backed up by Appendix 1 of the EIA handbook. Turning to the second point, the issue about whether the EIA report places an inappropriate emphasis on cultural significance derived from intrinsic characteristics. Again, I think this is a misreading of the EIA report. It's not that it places greater weight on intrinsic characteristics over those that are contextual or associative. It simply makes what it believes to be a statement of fact, and that is a greater proportion of the significance in these cases derives from the intrinsic characteristics of the asset. No greater weight is placed on that. It's simply a matter of the assessor's analysis of where cultural significance resides in these particular assets. So it's not that we're downplaying contextual and associative, it's simply our analysis of what the situation is for these assets.
Okay, thank you very much. That's issue 1, so extensive survey effort baseline, and then the substance of the methodology. So issue 2 then, impact on the setting of the scheduled use lease watchtower. You've got the recognitions, just summarise, Dr. Carter, if you may, to start with the differences between the parts.
Thank you. Summarize the differences between the parties. I think clearly the key headline point is that Historic Environment Scotland, and in this case supported by Dumfries and Galloway Council, considers that the proposed development would affect the integrity of setting, and my own evidence on behalf of the applicant is that integrity would not be affected. And we have detailed assessments supporting these different positions. So in the case of Historic Environment Scotland, we have Mary McLeod Rivet's analysis at paragraphs 9 to 81 of her inquiry report, and that's CD 1333. And then my own evidence regarding the watchtower is at paragraphs 5.7 to 521 of my inquiry report, and that's APP 3.1. So the two places where you will get the differing analyses of this asset.
Okay, so just explain where we, having read all of the evidence of recognitions, what's common ground and what remains between you in dispute? What is the reporter looking for in the next day or so in terms of the difference between you?
I think the key thing to emphasise in the first place is quite how much common ground there is. This is not one of the situations where we're faced with two, as it were, diametrically opposed views about how we understand an asset and how we understand the way in which the proposed development would affect it. So we have that common ground both on how setting is considered to contribute to cultural significance, and also why that contribution would be adversely affected by the proposed development. I think what lies behind this is that this is an asset that has a very clear and precise functional relationship with its setting. So it's basically our understanding of it as a Roman watchtower that really helps us to get this common ground. And it's perhaps worth noting that that's very much in contrast, that clarity and precision is lacking in our understanding of the other assets under consideration in this inquiry session. Now, in terms of the points of agreement, I've set them out in my precognition. So this is section 3 of my precognition, and paragraphs 312 to 316, and then also 323. And this is where I seek to to summarise what I see as the common ground. And particularly, it's perhaps worth noting, and I won't read them out now. They can be read. My comparison between Mary-McLeod Rivet's list of 4 factors, which I give at 314 in my precognition, and then my own list of 4 setting factors, which I repeat at paragraph 315 of my precognition.
I think there's agreed to be a good deal of overlap between what you say and Hez saying, both ways round. I think Hez recognised that too. So those are the points maybe of agreement. Let's focus on the points then of disagreement. What is it that's different? Why have you come to a different
Okay, yes, there certainly are areas of disagreement, and I certainly believe that these potentially do explain why ultimately we arrive at different conclusions regarding whether integrity of setting would be affected. In terms of disagreement, this I deal with the relevant paragraphs of my precognition is 317 to 327. Again, I'm not going to read all of that out, but I'm just going to highlight the points, and this can be read in full in my precognition. I think an area where I part company with Mary-McLeod Rivet regarding the prominence of the watchtower and the notion of it as a dominant feature in the landscape. And you'll see in my precognition that I particularly explore about the difference between what might be the original appearance of the watchtower, if we're right in assuming that it was approximately 10 metres high, and the way that we currently experience it in the landscape, which is as an extremely slight earthwork feature that is basically impossible to detect except at very, very close range. And I think that's potentially relevant because I think it does feed through into some of her analysis of impact later on in her own assessment, and I pick that up in my precognition in later paragraphs. So I think there's an issue about the way we understand the asset, whether we understand it as a prominent or dominant structure. I very clearly say that we don't, but I believe that she thinks that elements of that are relevant to its relationship to its setting. When it comes to the actual assessment of adverse effects, I think probably the key point I'd want to emphasise, and I do this in paragraph 324 of my precognition, is that I think because of the way that she has structured her analysis, she appears to find more adverse effects than I believe are actually present. And I think that this accumulation of adverse effects that I think, as she sees it in her analysis, may allow her to come to a conclusion of a greater magnitude of effect than I do. And you'll see that in paragraph 324, I list some of the ways in which, because of the way she structured assessment under the headings that are derived from stage 3 of the managing change guidance, it actually comes back to the same point a number of times. I think the underlying point is that actual impact on the contribution that setting makes to significance relates to how we consider the factors that we've identified in stage 2 of the assessment. They're the lists of 4 factors that I referred to a minute ago. Which is how any one of those 4 factors would be diminished, would be adversely affected by the proposed changes. Now, that's not the same as listing the mechanisms by which that would happen, which is what the stage 3 approach does in Mary-McLeod's assessment. And And I think what it comes down to is that fundamentally, the turbines will create a degree of visual distraction. And that's basically one point. And the key thing is what do they distract us from? And I think, and this is what I refer to at 326 in my precognition, is that fundamentally there are two factors of setting that I think Mary McLeod Rivet believes would be affected. And there is only one factor of setting that I recognise that I think would be affected. And so the rather long listing and analysis of the different mechanisms by which this would happen that she undertakes in her assessment does not actually give us a much longer list of adverse effects. I say that's fully explained in my precognition. I believe that's probably influential in the way that she arrived at a conclusion regarding integrity that I did not.
Okay, that's helpful. Obviously, there'll be questions both ways in relation to what you said. But just to bring this section to an end, is this a sort of pass or fail for the scheme in relation to the objection from HES, or is it something lesser?
My understanding of the position that Historic Environment Scotland have ultimately arrived at is that they consider that they are particularly concerned about the predicted effect of turbines 6 and 7 on the setting of the Useley's watchtower. And were these two turbines to be removed from the scheme, that would sufficiently mitigate the adverse effects as they see them, such that they would be able to withdraw their objection to the scheme.
Okay, let's move on then to Pikethorpe Hill, Ken. We can deal with this quickly. The position of Scottish borders. We know obviously they are not taking part in this, but just in a sentence, can you explain that?
Yes, Scottish Borders Council has produced an updated inquiry statement dated July 2022. I'm afraid I don't have a document reference number for that, but I hope
you don't need to go to it.
Everyone's familiar with which document I'm referring to. And my understanding from reading that document is that the reason that it's changed its position is that its archaeologist undertook their assessment of impacts on Pikethorpe Cairn using a set of wirelines provided by the applicant that were unfortunately the incorrect wirelines. That is, they did not show the correct layout of turbines. And once that mistake had been spotted and the correct wirelines had been supplied, Scottish Borders Council was able to reach a different conclusion and considered, although there would still be a degree of adverse effect, that would be outweighed by the predicted benefits of the scheme, and therefore wouldn't give rise to an objection on policy grounds on their part.
So, in relation to Borders Council's position, then how close or otherwise is that to your to the applicant's view, in your view?
It's essentially the same position. That is, it recognises a low magnitude of adverse effect, but this is not a significant adverse effect, and therefore, when considered against the local development plan policies that are relevant to this undesignated asset, it would be considered acceptable.
Okay, position then of Dumfries and Galloway then in relation to Pikethorpe Hill, Ken?
The contrast is that Dumfries and Galloway Council maintains its objection on the grounds of impact on the setting of the cairn.
Your response to that?
I think my response, as I note in my precognition, and that is paragraph 522 of my precognition, I do broadly agree with the analysis made by Andrew Nicholson of the setting of the cairn. And so if you compare his analysis with the assessment paragraphs 6.5 to 614 of my inquiry report, so that's APP 3.1, paragraph 6.5 to 614, again, is considerable common ground. And specifically, that includes the recognition of the role of turbine 19, in particular, in adversely affecting the setting of the cairn. where we disagree is on the magnitude of impact that results from that predicted visual change in the setting of the cairn. And I note again in my precognition, paragraph 523, this is because I think that Andrew Nicholson's analysis is much more focused on the level of visual change rather than the degree to which setting contributes to the experience, appreciation, and understanding of the asset. And so I think that has perhaps coloured his final conclusion on magnitude and allows him to arrive at a higher magnitude, and therefore considering that there would be a significant effect and one that therefore would be contrary to policy in the Dumfries and Gallery local development plan.
Now, obviously there'll be questions and we'll see where this goes, but your understanding of the position of the council in relation to any other assets, Dr. Carter, is what? You deal with, we obviously got the watchtower and then we've got the cairn, but what's your understanding of the council's position in relation to other assets?
I think my understanding had been that there were 7 assets in total that lay behind Dumfries and Gallery Council's objection that were listed in the statement of agreed matters between the council and the applicant at paragraph 6.4. So that has the watchtower, Pikeville Hill Cairn, and then 5 Iron Age forts. However, since my reading of the Dumfries and Gallery Council inquiry report, which is DGC 4.2, and then the 2 precognitions of the 2 witnesses, which is DGC 4.3 and 4.4, I'm now uncertain about whether those additional 5 assets, the 5 forts, do form part of that objection. And there's a number of points in those documents that I think are particularly relevant. So in the inquiry report, so this is DGC 4.2, I would refer to paragraphs 8.11 and 9.2. And particularly if I were to quote from 9.2, which is the conclusion of the inquiry report, it only refers to the impact of the development on the setting of Useley's Roman signal station and Pikethorpe Hill Cairn as meriting grounds for objection, with no mention of the other 5 scheduled monuments. And that seems to be consistent with the statement at paragraphs 8.11. And if we then just pick up in the precognitions of the 2 witnesses, in the precognition of Chris McTeer, which is 4.3, Dumfries and Gallery Council 4.3, paragraph 3.1, the council's archaeologist and Historical Environment Scotland both consider that the proposal would have an adverse impact on the integrity of the setting of Useley's watchtower. In addition, the council archaeologist considers that adverse impacts would also occur on Pikethorpe Hill Cairn. No mention of the 5 forts. And then in Andrew Nicholson's precognition, also paragraph 3.1, as it happens, specific issues have been found in relation to the impact of the development on the settings of Useley's Roman signal station and Pikethorpe Hill Cairn that would merit objection on historic environment grounds. So again, reference very clear to those 2 assets, but not to the other 5. So my conclusion from that is that the objection on cultural heritage grounds does now appear to relate to only 2 assets, the watchtower and the cairn.
If you, I mean, we'll hear questions and clarification, no doubt of that. But if you're wrong, and in fact the objections do relate to the other 5 Iron Age forts, just by way of signpost, where do you deal with that in your material?
Yes, and certainly at the time I wrote my inquiry report, I certainly had assumed that these assets were part of the objections, so I did address them in my inquiry report. And if I just turn that up, and so it's section 7 of my inquiry report, which deals with the impact on setting of prehistoric settlements and forts. So basically that entire section is my analysis of those assets and the predicted effects on them. And then if we go to my precognition, where I respond to the position of Dumfries and Galloway Council, then it's paragraph 525 to 529, where I set out my views on the differences between myself and Andrew Nicholson on this point.
Thank you very much. And then finally, the Foreside community group. There are a range of assets which are referred to. We've got the figures which came in. You've not seen those before you wrote your precognition. Section 6 of your precognition, Dr. Carter, is where you go through each of those. What by way of kind of thumbnail is your response to the community group and that list of additional assets?
Yes, what I've sought to do is to go through each of the assets that have been raised by the community group, and to either cross-reference it to information already contained in the EIA report and additional information, or where necessary, make additional commentary on assets not covered in those two documents. And in all cases, to understand where the asset is that they're referring to, whether it would be within the application site or out with the application site, and in the cases of those within, whether it is in such a location that it will be affected by the proposed construction works, or materially affected in terms of impact on its setting. And in all cases, my conclusion is that there will be no additional adverse effects over and above those already identified in the EIA report and the additional information.
Okay, well, we can leave the detail of that to be taken as read. Questions, if they're going to be asked, we can pick up responses to that in re-examination. Questions of policy, I'm going to leave Dr. Carter. Questions of the Section 36 tests and how they relate to cultural heritage and matter, I think, for Mr. Bell, and for closing submissions. So is there anything else that you want to deal with in your evidence in chief?
No, I think that we've covered the four topics set by the reporter, and I think that's everything covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mum. Then that is evidence in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Mr. Arson, do you want to go next with any questions you have for the witness?
I'm happy to go next. I don't know if Mr. Gregg wants to go first, but I sort of assumed from the your list, Mum, that I would go next, and then Mr. Gregg would come after me, assuming Mr. Gregg's happy with that. I think he's nodding there. So.
I had the same assumption, so happy with that.
Thank you. Dr. Carter, good morning.
Good morning.
It might have it won't if I sort of go through the documents we're likely to refer to, or I don't know whether you've got sort of paper copies or whether you'll be using it electronic copies. I mean, I'm happy to go through that. It might be helpful for other people as well if I do that, and also give you an indication of where I'm going to go with our discussion this morning. So you have an idea of where we're going. I was going to start by considering the EIA report and the additional information, and consider it in the context of policy advice and guidance, and then specifically consider the impacts on the watchtower, the cairn, and the prehistoric settlements and forts. And I'll start by dealing with your involvement and the cultural heritage input advice into the site selection, etc. So we'll be starting with sections 2 and 3 of the EIA report. That's CD 213 and CD 229, and then sticking with hopefully the EIA report, in the landscape and visual chapter 6, which is CD 243, and then if you could also have CD 286 to hand, and the additional information CD 332. Hopefully we'll try and avoid just me pointing something out on one of the wire lines and you coming back with it. So we'll try and avoid going to the wire lines. But if we have the relevant wire line connected with that, just to hand, just in case, that's CD 1339. I'd also like to, again, in the context of background, look at the scoping opinions and consultation responses and have CD 109 to hand. And then on the guidance, if we can have LDP2, which is CD 901, and the supplementary guidance on wind energy and this section on historic assets at CD 902, and the managing change document CD 13.3. And obviously, if you could have your report and recognition to hand, and the Dumfries and Galloway Council report, and I think also the internal memo, which you've referred to this morning, CD 533. And the various entries in relation to the watchtower, in relation to scheduling of it, 1308, CD 1308, and then the website information and research, CD 1340 and CD 1321. Although we may not have to go to these documents, and hopefully we won't have to go to all of these documents, but it's probably as well if we have them to hand. I don't know if you want a minute to collect these, or whether you're happy to go on at this stage.
I think most of them I will take on my screen, so I will go to them even when you call them up. Yeah. I'd say paper copies for some, but for many of them, I'll work from screen.
Okay, I'll try and avoid going to documents that often, but as long as you have them to hand, and don't necessarily believe that I'm exactly quoting word for word what they're saying. You know, it's important you're comfortable with what I'm saying about these documents. I think we will be going through the EIA report in a little bit of detail, so I'll certainly go to the various chapters or sections that I've referred to. But if I could start by, and you deal with this in both your report at paragraph 1.3, and I think also in 1.2 and 1.3, and in your recognition, you put your and Headland Archaeology, Headland, involvement in the project into context. And I think your personal involvement started in November 2021, and Headland have been involved since, I think, October 2018. You set out, but I suppose whilst you were not involved prior to November 2021, you're happy to speak on, obviously, the Headland work and the EIA report, even though you weren't involved with that, and you're comfortable with that evidence.
Yes, I've certainly gone through that evidence, and I'm comfortable with it. There may be points of detail that I can't answer you on, but let's see what your question is now, and I'll endeavour to answer.
All right. Well, I may have more than one question, but
indeed, yeah.
But you're comfortable with that. That's important. Can I then just sort of one point as an
afraid you've frozen on me.
You just froze on the screen there, Mr. Robson. Can you just repeat what you just said then?
Am I back again? Yeah. Prior to October 2018 and Headland's involvement, who was advising the applicant on cultural heritage issues?
I don't know.
Don't know. So you've not been in any contact with anyone who was previously involved prior to October 2018 on the applicant's team?
My understanding is from our records that our original engagement was October 2018, and I have no understanding of activities before that date.
And you've not seen any documentation on advice before that date?
I'm not aware of any.
Right. So then section 3, we might be able to take this quite short, I don't know. Section 3 of the EIA report, which is CD 229. And I don't know, Dr. Zine, were you present or have you seen Mr. Welsh's evidence to the inquiry?
No, I haven't.
Right. Okay, well, Mr. Welsh and his evidence indicated that, that there was no design statement for this scheme prepared, but he relied on chapters 2 and chapters 3, or sections 2 and 3 of the EIA as providing some assistance in relation to what thoughts went into the design and of this proposal. And sorry, I went to section 3 there. Perhaps just for completeness, we have section 2 to hand, which is CD 213. And Mr. Welsh, when he was asked by me in relation to the detail of where do we see in section 2 anything that could be seen as a design access statement, referred to paragraphs 2.5.2 and 2.5.3, and 2.5.3 refers us on to section 3. But as far as 2.5.2 is concerned, it wouldn't appear there that there was any indication of an input in relation to cultural heritage assets in relation to the site layout. Are you aware of what input there was?
I'm looking at 2.5.2 and I agree with you.
Thank you. So if we then go on to, there's a reference, the next further details are set out in section 3. So if we go to section 3, and that's CD 229. Yeah, and paragraphs, section 3.2, which is on page 3, deals with the initial site selection criteria, and then thereafter 3.2.8 on to the more detailed selection. There was a sort of SIFT process in relation to this proposal. And at 3.2.8 was set out that the selection criteria is, and I suppose the relevant one for our purposes today is the second last bullet point, is it not? The presence and location of cultural heritage sites of national importance and the setting of scheduled monuments. So that's identified as a criteria in the assessment criteria for the selection of the site. Is that correct? Yeah.
It is.
But we don't have any details of, and you don't know who was advising on that at that stage. But we can see then in table 3.2, when we look at the site selection and evaluation criteria, the matters that were taken into account in relation to the detailed assessment. And the last one is we're told there that there are some minor local cultural heritage items within the site boundary, but then we're told a full assessment of the effects on cultural heritage can be found in section 9 of the EIAR. But of course, section 9, that was prepared, was it not by Headland?
Section 9 was, yes.
Yeah, and so that was obviously work done from their involvement in October 2018 onwards. And by that stage, as we can see from table 3.3, which is on page 7, that we're past the selection of the site and the initial proposal for 62 turbines, and we're probably somewhere around that period of the selection of the number of turbines being 49. Is that correct?
Yes, you're looking at that table and looking at line 17 on it. I assume that there are two things being said here. One is that initial appraisal, that there were some minor local cultural heritage items within the site boundary, and then it then provides a cross-reference to where subsequently a full impact assessment was undertaken of those minor local cultural heritage items.
Well,
I'm not sure. I don't understand it as claiming that the selection was the product of a full assessment of effects.
No, well, that's the point, isn't it?
It would have been too early to undertake a full assessment of effects at an early stage of site selection.
Yeah, but at the site selection point, it would appear that when considering the criteria and coming to the conclusion, good, that was based on that there are some minor local cultural heritage items within the site boundary, because obviously section 9 was prepared post that date, and that analysis was carried out at that date.
Yes, and we've also you've already taken me to the reference to the use of presence of nationally important assets, scheduled monuments, as one of the criteria that was used by the applicant in its site selection process, and this can be seen as an outcome of that, because there are no scheduled monuments within the application area. Well, and I think we can contrast that with many other parts of, let's just say, Scotland. We don't need to go further than that, where an equivalent land area.
I'm just trying to ascertain at this stage. Just fine.
Here does. So clearly they have summarised it as an application area that doesn't contain those nationally important scheduled monuments, but does contain some minor local cultural heritage items, and that was their analysis.
Sorry, I lost you part of the way through this answer, but on the
sorry, would you like me to repeat?
Well,
did everybody else also miss it? I'm sorry if I dropped out.
I don't know if the reporter got it.
I got bits of it. Mr. Carr, can you just repeat that in full? Thank you.
Yes, I was just trying to summarise my understanding of the information that Mr. Armstrong had just taken me to, and I think my understanding is that the bottom line of the table is describing two separate things. Firstly, it is saying there are some minor local cultural heritage items within the site boundary. That was a finding of that initial site selection stage work, and then it then refers on to what then subsequently happened. A full assessment of the effects on cultural heritage can be found. So it's talking about subsequent EIA work that was done. That first statement was a result of that initial sift, and as we've already noted, using the presence of nationally important monuments as one of the criteria, one of the tests that was being applied to potential application sites. and basically noting that there are no scheduled monuments within this application site. And my comment was, in many other parts of Scotland, where you could take an equivalent land area, and you would certainly have multiple scheduled monuments within that application site. So I can see how the, how that criterion was being used, how that sifting process was taking place.
But I suppose, Dr. Carter, at that stage, there's no indication that certainly that the setting of any of the cultural assets that we're considering today were taken into account in that either the very initial assessment or the more detailed assessment, which we're now looking at. There's no indication, is there, that the setting of the various assets that we're considering was taken into account?
Sorry, there's no reference to the setting of scheduled monuments outside the application area boundary in the information we're looking at here. That's right.
Thank you. And then when we go on to see the summary of the site selection evaluation, which is over the page on page 6 of this document, and the site evolution at 3.6.2, that we're told that during the design process that the following was undertaken, and it's noted there that there was discussions with Dumfries and Galloway Council, SNH, and then there's reference to the scoping responses, and the consultation responses are then set out in 3.6.4 to 3.6.15. There's no indication there, is there, of any regard that was had to the archaeological response from Dumfries and Galloway Council and the scoping response, and indeed the HES detail. Is there?
I'm happy to take your word for it that there isn't, or do you wish me to read it through?
You said you were familiar with these documents, and I appreciate now that you've obviously caveated that by saying that you're not aware of what happened prior to 2018 or late 2018. But there doesn't appear to be any indication, if you look down through that site evolution 3.6 and the consultation response, any mention to HES, is there? Or indeed the archaeological response from the council? You want to take a little bit of time to look at that, just to confirm that?
I'm happy to accept your summary of that, and I have nothing to add on that point.
Yeah, but of course, both the council and HES did come back in their response to the scoping opinion, setting out their some of the issues and some of the concerns that and I assume that you're familiar with these responses.
Yes.
And so could we just briefly look at them? CD 109. We've already looked at these documents earlier, and as you've said, you're familiar with them. Annex A sets out the consultation responses, and we have the first one is from Dumfries and Galloway Council, and the third one is from Historic Environment Scotland. And I'm sure we can take this briefly, but I suppose the point is that if we go to the Dumfries and Galloway response, and the end of that, we have the.
Could you give me a page reference, please?
Well, they're not. It's unfortunately this document is not page reference, but if you go to Annex A and the consultation responses, the first one is Dumfries and Galloway Council, and if you go to the end of that, there is an internal memo from Andrew Nicholson, which is numbered pages 1, 2, and 3, and that's at the end of the council response, and it's just before the Defence Infrastructure Organisation of 6 February 2018.
I have it, internal memo, yes, thank you.
So that internal memo, which was attached to the response, identifies, does it not, in the second paragraph, that there is the potential for a proposal of this nature to have significant impacts on cultural heritage assets, and therefore potential effects will need to be assessed in the environmental impact assessment. Both direct and indirect effects will need to be assessed. Careful note should be taken of the following in respect. And the policy guidance is set out, and there's indications in relation to various indirect effects. That's also, I suppose, got to be read with the Historic Environment Scotland response, which is dated 25th of January 2018. And that's the response immediately after the response from the Defence Infrastructure Organisation, and there's a response from Prestwick Airport. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4 pages on.
I have it.
And yeah, and I'm sure we've all read this, and I'm sure you're familiar with that. But that the Historic Environment Scotland also sets out their concerns, and they identify. Second page, the list below identifies nationally important heritage assets that are most likely to be directly or indirectly affected by the proposal, and that this list is not considered to be exhaustive. And they also directly refer to regard to setting effects and are managing change. We don't see any of that, though, do we, in this analysis going back to the EIA and the consultation responses, the site evolution? That's not mentioned at all in these pages, is it?
I would agree with you that where we were in section 3, there is no specific reference to these two consultation responses at scoping. I would also note that the nature and the tenor of these scoping responses is not in any way unusual. I think that they're establishing what is widely the case, that when an application of this nature comes forward with this scale, it is highly unlikely that a topic like cultural heritage will be scoped out right at the start of the process, and therefore there will be a need for environmental impact assessment on this topic because there is potential for likely significant effects. And also, unsurprisingly, because of the nature of this being onshore wind farm development, there's a focus, and we see this in the Historic Environment Scotland response, to the potential for impact relating to change in setting. This is very much a typical wind farm scoping response, and one that I'd be important familiar with. It's identifying, very early.
Sorry, you've frozen.
Mr. Carter,
Particular focus of attention.
Sorry, can you just repeat those last couple of sentences? You just stopped there.
Sorry. Yes, I was just saying that looking particularly at the Historic Environment Scotland scoping response, it is very much a typical response for development of this size and scale, and as is typical for onshore wind development and the scale of turbines that are being proposed, it is the setting of heritage assets adjacent to the site that particularly features in that scoping response. So I find that very understandable, and I'm sure this sort of response would not have been a surprise to the applicant when they received it.
But is the surprise not in that there doesn't seem to be any regard that's been taken to this, and certainly in relation to the sections of the EIA that we've been looking at in relation to the site selection, design and evolution?
Well, my understanding is that the scoping comments would have been received after the
Are you breaking up?
for a scoping opinion.
So you broke up there, I'm afraid.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Yes, yeah. The scoping responses that we're looking at now relate to the phase after that initial site selection, because clearly the applicant has decided to take this site forward for a scoping opinion and has obtained that. So we're on to the next stage here.
You're absolutely right, Dr. Carter, and that's why we're looking at the site evolution section. We've gone on from the first section, we're now in the second section, and we're on to the consultation responses, which we can see in the paragraphs that I referred you to, the site evolution and consultation. But there doesn't appear to be any reference, does there, to, as we agreed a few minutes ago, to the responses from HGS and the Council in relation to archaeological matters on page 6, is there? And there is reference, we've already heard in relation to another section of the evidence, the extent to which the consultation responses are accurately summarised in these sections. But there is reference to SNH, and there's reference to Dumfries and Galloway Council's responses in relation to landscape matters. But there doesn't appear to be any reference to HES's response, their detailed response, or in relation to the D&G response, does there?
I agree that it's not referred to there. I would refer you to section 9 of the EIA report and section 9.3, where these consultation responses are addressed.
Yeah. And we'll come on to that in due course. Both the responses refer to the relevant plan policies and the SPP and the relevant guidance on the assessing the effect on cultural assets. And I just want to be clear to the extent that you are dealing with any of the policy issues or your understanding of the policy guidance, or whether that entirely relates to the evidence of the applicant on these matters is entirely in the hands of Mr. Bell, who gave his evidence in the hearing section on this. Are you dealing with issues in relation to the local plan policies, the local plan guidance, or is that been and gone with Mr. Bell?
There is a division of responsibilities, and with regard to the local plan policies where they relate to matters of planning balance, it's not possible for me to reach conclusions about that. I would contrast that with the specific issue of the SPP paragraph 145 test, where the analysis and the assessment lies wholly within my remit and doesn't require that wide balance.
Sorry, we lost you there. I think you said planning balance. Is that what I lost you? Planning balance. So the issue of planning balance is for Mr. Bell, I take it. But as far as the different tests are concerned, or the different wording is concerned, and the guidance, is that within your scope? You obviously refer to and discuss the reference to integrity in the SPP. So I assume that is in the scope of your evidence, but in relation to the test in policy HE3, for example, of the local development plan, and the guidance in CD 9.02 from the local development plan, is that in your scope of evidence or not?
My understanding is, and this is why I have to explain this is work undertaken by others. My understanding is that the assessments presented in the EIA report provide conclusions which are intended to be relevant to the application of those policies. That is their purpose.
Yeah. So as far
conclusions it reaches about the conclusions that they reach about impacts on cultural significance are designed to provide conclusions that can be directly applied into those policy tests.
yeah, so for example, though, you do refer to and you just discuss the integrity of setting and the extent that that is affected. But in relation to policy HE3, you agree that there's obviously, well, perhaps we should have that before us at CD 901, and we'll look at CD 901 and CD 902. It's page 43 of the local development plan, CD 901, and
CD
policy
901,
page 43.
I don't have a full hard copy of the LDP, I'm afraid. So a page reference, please.
At page 43.
HE3.
That's right.
I have it now. Yeah, I have it now.
And we can see in A, in considering development proposals, the council will need to be satisfied that the development preserves or enhances the appearance, fabric, or setting of the site, or assists in situ and then we go on to the other points. And so the test, as far as policy HE3 is concerned, is whether the development preserves or enhances the appearance, fabric, or setting of the site or asset. And that is, and ultimately, I'm sure we'll agree that that's a matter for the reporter and ultimately the Scottish ministers to decide on whether there's compliance with the relevant policies. But that is the test that they've, as far as the local development plan is concerned, has to have to apply, looking at the various conclusions in relation to what the effect will be on the various assets. Would you agree? Seem to have lost you. Have we all lost it?
Mr. Carter's just lost a connection, I think. Give him a wee minute to maybe get it back.
Mr. Hardy is there as well.
I can still hear you, Mr. Armstrong. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I didn't get, I'm afraid, I finished asking the question and I didn't, you froze. I didn't get the response.
Sorry. Are we back? Are we back together again?
You seem to be back. Okay.
Yes.
I think you've frozen again. The picture's certainly frozen. I don't know if you can still hear it.
I can hear you now. Yes. Can you hear me?
Dr. Carter's frozen for us as well. IT gremlins are having a good morning, aren't they?
Mr. Carter, you seem to be, we seem to have got you back. Do you want to just speak and see if we can hear you? Your microphone's off.
Can you hear me now?
Faintly.
Can you hear that?
Yes, just quite faint though.
We're back to faintly again, I'm afraid. Is that any clearer?
That's better.
No? Better? Okay, would you like me to continue?
Yes, please continue.
Mr. Armstrong, you just asked me about, was it the relevance of policy HE3?
No, I was just saying
that correct?
I was saying that the test that would you agree that the test that we've got to, as far as policy HE3 is concerned, that we've got to consider your evidence in the context of, and obviously the other witnesses who are giving evidence on this, is whether the development preserves or enhances the appearance, fabric, or setting of the site or asset. That is the test that we've got to apply the evidence to, and your evidence. Is that not correct?
Yes, yes, I see where you're reading from. Yes. So have I gone again?
From considering the issues that help us in concluding on that test in the supplementary guidance CD 902 at paragraphs H23 to H26. That's on pages 24 and 25. I think you've frozen again.
I didn't hear the beginning of that, so I don't know which document you're.
It is.
I can only apologise that this is dipping in and out.
Don't worry. I mean, it might be if I give you the document, it might be if you switch on and off. It sometimes does work. And come back a bit. CD 902, and it's pages 24 and 25 of that, and that sets out various call them criteria or various bullet points that one should consider when assessing the compliance with policy. Are you familiar with this document or these pages?
I'm going to bring the document up so that I actually have it in front of me, so that I know exactly what you're quoting from. Again, it's a relatively large document, so it's just taking a second to download.
Sure.
If you could give me the page reference again, please.
Page 24 and page 25, and it starts in paragraph H23, which deals initially with direct effects, and then there's indirect effects, and we're giving examples of these, and then H24 sets out a list of matters that one should consider. Assessment of potential effects on setting should include considering the following, and again, this with policy HE3 and our understanding of whether a proposal complies with or does not comply with HE3. And we can see a number of visual points there, and many of these do tie in also with the, as we'll come on to in a second, the managing change document 1303, but we can see it includes non-visual perceptions, people's appreciations of the place, how the surroundings contribute to its historic interest, and then we in the next bullet point, likewise, our next paragraph, likewise, when assessing the magnitude and significance of change, the following should be considered, and we've got the bullet points dealing with the prominence, for instance, a ridge or hill dominated by historic defensive structure is likely to be adversely affected by development interfering with the dominance scale and cumulative impacts considerations, which will be informed by advice, the sensitivity of the heritage asset to change in setting. There's set out there a systematic approach to, and it's not boxes, but a systematic approach of going through the issues and considering these matters.
Yes, I see that. Yes.
Yeah, and would you agree that that's an appropriate approach to adopt when you are considering and assessing compliance here with policy HE3, but again also considering when compliance with the guidance set out in CD 1303?
Yes, it's guidance, and it's providing a list of things that should be considered when undertaking that assessment. Yes.
And you would expect, I suppose, to see these matters all being addressed in the assessment of the impacts on each one of the relevant cultural heritage assets, would you not? So it gives us an indication of the extent to which the person analysing it has considered these issues, and also their opinion of the effect in relation to whether it be non-visual perception, people's appreciation of the place. You would expect that to be addressed in any analysis, would you not?
Yes, I think that this is certainly the way it's phrased here. It's saying, you know, it should include. So it's not seeking to be an exhaustive list or, to my mind, an obligatory list. It's setting out the territory in which it expects the assessment to be considered, as it were, the breadth of the assessment. And clearly, not everything will be relevant in all cases. And this is, guidance that clearly is meant to apply to a full range of asset types and a full range of settings and circumstances. So there will be, great variation in the relevance of these in specific cases.
But this, and also the guidance that you referred to earlier in your examination in chief, the guidance from HES in CD 1303, does helpfully set out a list of key issues that should be considered, does it not?
It does.
Yeah. And one of them is what the presence of the development, how it would change the experience of the asset, and how that would change with the development being there. And you've mentioned the example of the extent that it would be a visual distraction, but both these documents clearly identify in a systematic way the issues that should be considered by anyone assessing this, and ultimately by the reporter and the Scottish ministers.
I'm sorry, I just lost you in that last sentence.
Well, both of these documents, that's the HES document and this guidance, set out a systematic list of points that should be considered when assessing issues such as how the experience of the asset would change, how you appreciate, understand, and experience the asset.
Yes, I agree. And I think in our analysis and assessment of effects relating to setting, experience is at the core of it, because setting is so. No, I absolutely recognise the central position of experience. I think it's perhaps worth noting that yes, these two seeking to set out the scope of assessments relating to setting, and they do overlap in many ways and cover the same issues with slightly different language and slightly different structure. I think that there is one area where they conflict, and that's to do with the issues of public access and amenity, where, although it is included in the final bullet point of the Dumfries and Galloway guidance, it is specifically excluded in the Historic Environment Scotland guidance. And here I'm referring to managing change. So this is CD 13.3. And if we look at page 9 of CD 13.3, the final paragraph, whether or not a site is visited does not change its inherent value or its sensitivity to alterations in its setting. This should be distinguished from the tourism, leisure, or economic role of the site. Tourism leisure factors may be relevant in the overall analysis of the impact of a proposed development, but they do not form part of an assessment of setting impacts.
Well, that's perhaps coming on to more of the policy, a policy issue, and the and what should be taken into account.
So my understanding from
specific
that is
policies.
My understanding from that is that economic matters relating to tourism can be important and relevant, but they are not something that as a cultural heritage specialist, I should be giving you my opinion on.
I appreciate that. And I suppose once we've got the HES document CD 13.3 to hand, and you refer to that, I suppose we've got the list that you referred to earlier of factors to be considered in assessing the impact of change on the setting of an historic asset or place include, and there's the various points set out there, whether key views to or from the historic asset or place are interrupted, whether the proposed change would dominate or detract in a way that affects our ability to understand and appreciate the asset, and all the way through to over the page we can see the effect, second last bullet point, the effect of the proposed change on qualities of the existing settings, such as sense of remoteness, current noise levels, evocation of the historical past, sense of place, cultural identity, associated spiritual responses. All these are matters that should be considered when considering the impact on these settings. Is that correct?
They certainly should be considered, but they should be considered in the context of the analysis that we've undertaken at stage 2 of the guidance. So if we go back a page, we go back to page 9, defining and analysing the setting. There we understand what it is about the setting that is contributing to the cultural significance of the asset, and given that understanding, we can then say, if taking you to the point that you just put to me about the sense of remoteness, if we've identified that a sense of remoteness is part of that positive contribution to cultural significance, then we can see how a change in that landscape that might affect that sense of remoteness could lead to an adverse effect. But the starting point for that is remoteness a quality that we recognise as contributing in the first place, not whether or not the proposed development will change the sense of remoteness. That's the next step on. So we need to do stage 2 first, discover whether these things are relevant to our appreciation of these assets before we do the stage 3 assessment.
Well, then, so we look at what's set out in the section 9 of the EIA report with that introduction, and if we just go through and perhaps discuss each one of the key assets and the analysis in this, and also in CD 332 in relation to the cairn. If we turn to I'm sure we're all familiar with this document, so I'll try and take this reasonably briefly. But if we start by turning to paragraph 9.6.115 in relation to the watchtower. Sorry. We'll deal with this in the order that I think was parties have dealt with it and dealing with the watchtower first. And there's the identification there set out on page 21 at 96112. And again, perhaps taking this relatively short, that 96115 identifies that the cultural significance of this watchtower derives primarily from its intrinsic archaeological value and its potential to increase our knowledge of Roman watchtowers, their construction, architecture, and patterns of development and distribution. Well, that is as far as this analysis, and I appreciate that you've gone on and looked at this in greater detail and have analysed it slightly differently than this. But that's certainly not the position of others, that the watchtower derives primarily from the cultural significance of this derives primarily from its archaeological value. Is it?
Are you asking me whether other parties agree with that statement or not?
Yes.
I'm aware that there has been criticism of that statement from both Andrew Nicholson and from Historic Environment Scotland, and I think as I mentioned in my evidence in chief, I think there's a degree of misunderstanding here, that this is not about giving excessive weight. It is about our understanding of this particular asset and where its cultural significance lies. And I'm certainly quite comfortable that the cultural significance of the watchtower is primarily residing in its intrinsic archaeological value. Now, that does not mean that contextual matters, including setting, do not significantly add to that. But nevertheless, fundamentally, what it is that we're valuing about this asset, what it is that makes it of national importance and therefore meriting scheduling, is its intrinsic characteristics. And there is a whole wealth of potential detail there in its archaeological potential that could be explored, were it to be investigated, that would greatly increase our understanding of not only this particular asset, when it dates from, its role in the Roman advance into this area, its functioning in this area, how that function changed, how long that function lasted. A whole wealth of detail there that will come from its intrinsic characteristics. What we add in its contextual characteristics in matters relating to its setting is this particular issue about understanding the placing of this particular watchtower in the used doors at this point at the past with its views in both directions. So one specific issue is added by contextual characteristics there. But underlying that is a great amount of archaeological potential that could enormously increase our understanding of both this individual asset and Roman activities in the area. And therefore, I'm quite comfortable with the statement.
But we are bearing in mind that this section 9 is primarily concerned about considering what the impact of the development will be. We can see that at 96116 that then get onto the landscape setting will have a bearing on the siting of the watchtower and putting that in context. But at 917, we're again told that the cultural significance of this watchtower derives primarily from its intrinsic archaeological value. The additional contribution that setting makes to the significance relates to its appreciation of the apparent siting of the asset to overlook the communications routes of the valley. And then there is a brief analysis of the proximity of turbines 6 and 7, would introduce a degree of visual distraction to the immediate setting of the asset. But there is no detailed or systematic analysis of the issues or the effects that might have or will have, and of the issues that are set out both in the Historic Environment Scotland document and in the supplementary guidance, is there?
The assessor in this case has not approached it in that way of subheading by a subheading, going through each and every one of those topics and making an explicit statement about each of them. it has all been wrapped up. But I think here we come to a matter of professional judgment about how much information is required, and fundamentally about proportionality. Now, I would absolutely accept that subsequent to the submission of the EIA report and to the responses that have been got back from consultees, it has required me to come back with a more detailed analysis to counter is the wrong word, but to more clearly set out the analysis that lies behind the conclusion in the EIA report. And that's what I've done in my inquiry report. I think this is something that quite often happens. You can undertake a relatively short written assessment that you consider to be satisfactory, and then discover that actually further detail is required to support the position. That further detail has been supplied.
Well, Dr. Carter, you're left in very real doubt about whether there had been a systematic analysis of this, of the effects on this cultural heritage asset, and indeed the other cultural heritage assets that we're considering at this session, with what's set out in this report and what's set out in the additional information. As you agreed earlier when we were discussing, and that's why I deliberately took you to the policy documents, and they set out a systematic way of analysing these matters and considering matters. And I think you also agreed with me that the purpose of that, having that systematic analysis, is so as the person reading it can understand the process that the author went through, and also for people to know that the was assessing it and considered all these matters. And there's absolutely no indication that all these matters and issues that are set out both in the supplementary guidance and in the HES guidance has been considered as far as when we look at this section of the environmental statement.
I come back to the point I've already made. The assessor who wrote this assessment did not choose to write an assessment that involved comprehensively listing every heading from, for example, managing change, sections 2 and 3, and making a series of statements under those headings. They wrapped it up into a single summary analysis. But in that, we can see the information relevant to stage 2 of the managing change guidance. You see the information that is relevant to stage 3 of the managing change guidance. So in the case of the watchtower, which is the one we're discussing here, we can look at paragraphs, it'll be 96114 to 96117, which will be relevant to stage 2 of the Historic Scotland recommended process. And then we can look at 18 and 118, 119 relevant to stage 3. So the information is there.
If we let's compare and contrast. We can see, if we turn to CD 533, which is the internal, the memo from Mr. Nicholson.
I have it.
We can see there on page, in relation to the Roman watchtower, there is a more detailed assessment.
Sorry, could you just give me the page reference again?
Sorry, on the indirect effects of the setting on historic environment, starting at page 6 onwards, when it goes through an assessment of the various assets. There is a more detailed assessment of these than is set out in the environmental statement, is there not?
So I'm just looking to pick up the use lease one.
Well, he sets out that he doesn't agree with, it is not agreed that, this is page 10, it's not agreed that Roman Watchtower at Eusleys derives its cultural significance primarily from its intrinsic archaeological value. It identifies that the monument is very carefully placed within the landscape in order to enjoy particular views to the north and the southeast, and these contextual characteristics contribute to the setting of the asset, and in this instance make an important contribution to its cultural significance. It then goes on to consider the visibility, and the mound of the watchtower is clearly visible in approaches along the Burn and Rangway Burn valleys, along the historic routes that are still clearly visible in the landscape. Accordingly, views into and from the monument are important in understanding its function and its setting, and define one of its characteristics. Identifying the key points there, and then it goes on to identify, sorry, just to finish, because you were asking, that the next paragraph, it then identifies the figures that could be considered, should be considered, and that they show there would be a significant alter the views towards the Burn from the watchtower and the views off the watchtower from the approach track up the valley, that with Turbine 7 looming behind the monument, overshadowing it and taking a dominant place in the landscape. It then goes on to make an overall assessment and conclusion on this, that he disagrees with the assessment, concludes that the proposed diagram will only have a negligible effect on the setting of the watchtower. He sets out the turbines and sets out that they'll alter the setting of the monument. So there's a detailed analysis there of key points which are really lacking from the EIA assessment, are they not?
I don't think I agree with that characterization. No. I think you started off by putting to me that this was a much more detailed assessment. I think in simple terms, and maybe you didn't mean it in this way, but in simple terms of word count, this is not particularly longer or shorter than the information provided in the EIA report.
Well, we're not doing it. It's these things are not done on word count. They're done on identifying the key points. So
you put it to me that it was more detailed, and so that would be my starting point. But if we look at what Andrew Nicholson says here, he starts off by saying that he doesn't agree with the point about cultural significance primarily being related to intrinsic value. That's fine. That's a point of disagreement. We've already discussed why I think that's an appropriate thing to say. He disagrees. He doesn't particularly explain why he disagrees, but he disagrees. The fact that the monument is carefully placed in the landscape, I think it's something that is picked up on in the EIA report. So that's a point of agreement and a point that both pick up, and that contextual characteristics contribute. Well, he says contextual characteristics contribute to the setting. Setting is part of contextual characteristics, you might say, but there's not a disagreement there, nor is it an additional point. Then in the next paragraph, we're told that the mound of the watchtower is clearly visible in approaches along, I assume that's the Eusleys Burn and the Rangway Burn valleys. That is not a point made in the EIA report, and I would say it's not made there because it's not true. The mound of the watchtower is not clearly visible.
Well, you can identify.
And that's a point that I'm sure that the reporter will either have already reached a view on from her unaccompanied site visit, or it's a point that she may wish to note. But just to note, I do not agree with Andrew Nicholson that the mound of the watchtower is clearly visible.
Well, Dr. Carter, where the asset is, you can see that from coming in the approaches to it. Would you not agree?
If you have a map with a mapped position of the watchtower on it, and you understand the topography ahead of you, you get some sense of where Hughes Doors is, and the map tells you that is where I am going to see the watchtower. But the mound of the watchtower is not clearly visible on approach. Just as a matter of fact, that is not correct. And that applies equally to whether we're talking about the actual physical earthwork remains of the watchtower, which are very slight, or even the low knoll on which it sits. That in itself is something you only really appreciate when you get up close.
Well, if you're looking at, say, for example, the entry in the scheduled monuments, CD 1308, and the website investigations and CD 1340 and CD 1321, and if you'd looked at these and you're walking up the towards this cultural asset, you would be able to identify where the asset is, would you not, in the approaches?
Well, you just said something that's not said in Andrew Nicholson's note, and you said something that's a lot closer to what I've just said, and that is, if you know where the watchtower is going to be, and if you can read from across the map onto the local topography, you can see ahead of you approximately where the used doors passes, and you know that when you get there, you will find the watchtower. That is not what Andrew Nicholson says.
You see, going back to what's set out in the EIA report, and indeed what you set out in your own report when you talk about there being a visual distraction, there's no real analysis of what it's detracting from, and in the sense of considering the experience of appreciating the cultural asset and its location. Where is that analysed in the EIA report?
I think in context, the distraction from clearly is referring to the contribution that setting is making to significance. So paragraph 117, the apparent deliberate sighting of the asset to overlook the communication routes, the value of the Useley's-Burn and the value of the Rangways, the distraction from that appreciation of these communication routes. So instead of just looking along the communication routes, you are distracted by turbines. That's my reading of it.
And you take account, and just on that point, and sort of broad.
Mr. Ramsden, we just lost that last sentence.
Right. I think when taking account, hopefully I'm back, in taking account the whole experience, you would take account the extent to which the landscape character of that area will change as a result of this proposal, will you not, and the significance of that?
I think that if you'd established in what I would describe as stage 2 of managing change, that landscape character was something that made a positive contribution to the cultural significance of the asset, that is, it was a setting factor that was relevant, then clearly you'd be concerned about changes in landscape character. The two have to go together. So a simple change in landscape character itself tells you nothing about whether there would or would not be an adverse effect on the cultural significance of the watchtower. Sorry, but I feel that you interrupted me when having put to me that Andrew Nicholson had provided a much more detailed and arguably better assessment, and we hadn't yet gone through all the points in his assessment, and we looked at those first 2 paragraphs, and I think, yeah, if we come to the next paragraph, there's a reference to figure 914 and 914A, and you made the point that he had mentioned these, and this was a positive part of his analysis. I think just for the sake of comparison, at the start of the section on Useley's Watchtower in the EIA report, paragraph 112, we get the reference to figure 914. So they both refer to the relevant visualizations, and that is appropriate, but it's not a difference between the two things. I then note that he refers to in that paragraph the view of the watchtower from the approach track up the valley of the Useley's-Burn. I would simply note there is no view of the watchtower. You cannot see it. You get a view up to used doors as you approach, and that may be what he means, but it's not what he says. So I think that the suggestion that there's a view of the watchtower that is something that is contributing specifically to the way in which setting supports cultural significance, I would disagree with him on this point. Then when and I think this relates, I think, also to a comment I have about Historic Environment Scotland, because it refers to the dominant place of Turbine 7 in the landscape. The implication being that that is competing for visual dominance with the watchtower. My point would be is that we cannot see the watchtower until we get to it. So the fact that turbine 7 will be a dominant feature in the landscape if it were there, and I don't disagree on the approach up Useley's hope, it would be, but it is not detracting from something that we currently value. Something in the setting of the watchtower that we currently value.
Even you, Dr. Carter, accept that there's a degree of visual distraction here.
Yes.
As a result of that turbine, but I'm just saying where you don't go beyond that sort of analysis and detail as to what that visual distraction is in your subsequent evidence.
Sorry, are you referring to my supplementary assessment here, or are you referring to the EIA report here?
I'm referring to your evidence.
Right, because so far we've just been discussing the EIA report.
Yeah, well, that's why I was saying that even you, in your analysis, accept that there's a degree of visual distraction in relation to that turbine.
That's right. In terms of those views out from the watchtower, I do. Yes.
And then, just for
but that's why I recognise. This is why I recognise a degree of impact. This is not a situation where I'm claiming there will be no impact.
Going back to page 10 of the analysis by Mr. Nicholson, he goes on, though, to identify proposed turbines 1, 3, 4, 6 will have an impact on the currently clear views from the tower. Turbine 7 will dominate views from the site from approaches along Useley's Burn, and turbine 8 along the continued route over Corby Shank. Again, there is not that detailed analysis in the report, is there? The EIA report in section 9.
There is a different analysis, I would say, and the analysis in the EIA report places the focus on turbines 6 and 7. And the visualizations, it is clear for anybody looking at them on figure 9.14, which turbines would be visible, which turbines would not be visible. What the analysis does is point to the ones where it believes that they would cause that degree of visual distraction. In this case, it is highlighting 6 and 7. If Andrew Nicholson believes that the degree of visual distraction will be caused by other turbines, that is his professional judgment, and he can refer to that. But they are simply different assessments. What he then does, though, he then goes on, having listed all that visual change, he then says they will fundamentally alter the setting of the monument during the operational phase. And that would result in an effect of least moderate significance. And this is a type of statement, and I make this point in my evidence, that I think his analysis is essentially visual. And what he's saying is because of the level of visual change, there will be an effect of at least moderate significance. And I think he's not right to do that. I think he should be taking that back to saying, what does that visual change lead to in terms of an effect on those factors of setting that are currently contributing to cultural significance? And I think that is where we arrive at our different conclusions. Because what we're saying is that we don't dispute there would be that visual change. However, what we dispute is the degree to which that visual change will diminish our ability to experience, appreciate, and understand the asset. And I think that is the key point of difference.
And the reporter will have to determine, in the context of the relevant policies, including that's policy HES3. If we can move on, though, to appreciate time is moving on. If we can move on to the effect on the cairn and the analysis set out in CD 3 and 32. Page 7 of that.
I have it.
And starting at paragraph 9.6.10 and through to 9.6.16. And again, the sort of overall conclusion is that the turbines will be a distracting presence in certain views from and towards the cairn. But could we just look at one or two of the points that sort of lead up to that conclusion? At 9.6.11, we're told that as elements within the landscape have changed so much since the prehistoric period, the details of what is visible from such cairns is of less relevance. First, I suppose when you look at around this, certainly the skyline, has that skyline changed dramatically? Are there any modern elements in that skyline? Is it not the case that it will be this development that will introduce the first sort of modern large structures into that skyline?
I would certainly agree with you that were the wind farm to be constructed, they would be the first large modern structures in the vicinity, of that cairn. Yes, we're not counting little things like post and wire fences, and there's plantations and so on. But yeah, there would be that change. Yes.
And if you're looking at the skyline again, it's suggesting there, and specifically addressing the skyline, what are the modern elements that we see in that skyline?
I'm sorry.
Are there any modern elements? We've got we're told that that the landscape has changed around this this cairn dramatically since I doesn't say dramatically, but as elements within the landscape have changed so much since the prehistoric period. I suppose we can all see for ourselves the extent when you get up there, when you're walking towards it, the extent that there are modern intrusions or not into this landscape, can't we? What are they?
I think if I may refer back to the underlying point here about what the assessor is trying, the point the assessor is trying to make, because I think you maybe have misunderstood their purpose, and you may be thinking there's a disagreement that is not there. I think the purpose in saying that the detail is of less relevance is what the assessor was trying to do is seeing whether there was anything out in the wider landscape, any part of its setting that was of specific relevance, that it would contribute to our understanding of the asset. There would be a relationship between them. It would therefore be relevant to its cultural significance. And what they're saying is that much of that detail of the landscape as we're currently seeing it is simply not possible to identify a specific relevance to the cultural significance of the cairn. And therefore, it's not something that figures either as a positive or negative in our argument. It's simply that it is essentially unrelated. So, for example, the presence of the quite extensive conifer plantations is simply something that we are not finding a relevance to the cairn, either in a positive or a negative sense. It's at that level of landscape detail that I think the assessor is referring. So when they then refer to saying it is the open views, what we're saying is that it's the basic topographic position of the cairn and what that leads to in terms of views in and views out that is relevant, we think. That is what we need to be concerned with.
Well, it's putting it in context. It's not just there that sentence is or that view is that argument is put across. Reading that sentence, as elements within the landscape have changed so much since the prehistoric period, the details of what is visible from such cairns is of less relevance. If you then take that across to 9.614, and we're back to the second sentence there, which ties, much of the cairn's cultural significance derives from its intrinsic character as a potential archaeological resource. Setting characteristics of greatest relevance are the views from and towards the probably contemporary cairn on Wisp Hill to the northeast, as well as the views out across the Lees Valley and down the Burn. As with other prehistoric cairns, the content of the general views over the surrounding landscape is less relevant because the modern countryside has changed so much since the prehistoric period. Again, it is downgrading, is it not, the relevance of that issue, because it's suggesting that the landscape has changed so much since prehistoric period.
I think we don't need to refer to it as downgrading, because that's a pejorative suggestion that somehow it's been improperly done. I think it is a reflection of the situation we face with so many of the prehistoric monuments, in that they are so remote from us culturally and just in sense of chronology, that we struggle to understand the detail of the cultural context in which they were built and how that relates to the surrounding landscape and the detail of the surrounding landscape. For much more recent monuments, it can often be easier to see how they fit into a current pattern of land use and landscape appearance. And therefore, the ways in which setting contributes to its cultural significance can be much more varied and much more detailed. So I think it's a general statement about, in this case, an early Bronze Age cairn that is probably of the order of 4,000 years old, that is culturally, intellectually remote from us, and therefore, in constructing arguments to understand how setting is contributing to our appreciation of it, it tends to revert, in this case, to some basic understanding of its topographic position and our appreciation of it in that topographic position on the hilltop, rather than about a more detailed relationship with particular land uses or other locations within the landscape, other than, as is noted there, the other cairn on the top of Wisp Hill.
And considering and obviously of relevance is considering the intervisibility between whether the Pikethaw Hill cairn and the Wisp Hill cairn, and the effect that the turbines of 1923, 1, 4, and 6, they would all have an effect on that. You considering the intervisibility there,
yes,
would they not?
And it is then when we look at the way in which the wind farm would affect that aspect of setting, that we arrive at the conclusion that there will be a degree of adverse impact on the Pikethaw Hill cairn, hence our finding of an adverse effect. The differences between ourselves and Andrew Nicholson is that the magnitude that we place on that adverse effect.
Well, again, the difference is that well, difference is the wrong word, but again, there is no systematic analysis of the key issues set out in this section of the additional information, is there?
And I would repeat the answer I gave to you in relation to the Roman watchtower. No, the assessment has not been constructed under a set of headings that directly reference a series of points, for example, in managing change. That is not the way the assessment has been constructed, but the guidance does not say that you must do that. It simply is encouraging you to consider those as factors, and those factors were considered.
We don't see that set down that they were considered. But we've already discussed that. If we move on to the impacts on the setting of the prehistoric settlements and forts, Mum, I don't know if this would be a good time to perhaps break. I notice it's 1:05. I will probably be about another 20 minutes, half an hour.
Yeah, how does everybody feel? Perhaps, I think we've been going on quite a while now, even though we had a short interruption at the start. Perhaps a lunch break now until 2 o'clock, and then you can pick up after that, Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Carter, if you could keep your video on, obviously turn your mic off, and obviously if you need a quick visit to the toilet or something as a break, please do that. But otherwise, yeah, if you could keep your camera on. Everyone else switch the cameras on, but stay on the call, please. And we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
I can hear seagulls. Who's got seagulls behind them?
I'll confess we've got
Is it?
seagulls.
You've got seagulls.
Yeah, we've got seagulls.
They're quite loud. It sounds like they're having fun.
Yes, he was asking who's got.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Just before we pick up where we left off, I just wanted to just highlight something. We discussed this morning running the conditions session on Thursday afternoon. My notes have just picked up that Oliver Mundell, MSP, I think was intending to take part in that session as well, and also Scottish Borders Council, who are not represented here today. So I want to just check with parties that they are able to make that session on Thursday afternoon. So what I'm going to do is get the office to send an email when we finish up today, and just to confirm that that will be taking place, and also for yourselves to confirm who will be actually the witness on behalf of your organisation as well. So just to let you know, I'm going to follow up on that as soon as I can.
Ma'am, just on that matter, we have been in contact this morning with Borders Council, and they are available for tomorrow, for Thursday, and are aware of that. And I think they're going to come back just to confirm that. But I think, yes, it would be helpful if there's a sort of formal notification, but they are aware that it's going ahead. But we don't know the position of the MSP.
Yeah, well, that may well not be the same now, but we'll see if Mr. Mundell still wants to take part. And I'll send that out and also get the names of who's taking part. Okay. Okay, Mr. Armstrong, do you want to pick up where you left off with Dr. Carter?
Yes, Mum, there was one other matter that we now do have the figures, and we have managed to get the figures in relation to the 59 houses, and that has been sent to the applicants' agents, just to sort of confirm that the areas we're in agreement on the areas, but we do have the number of houses and the population now for that, and hopefully we can produce that tomorrow, assuming that the applicant is content with that information. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, just before you finish, Mr. Armstrong, I have had an email about that from Laura this morning. Let me just see, when did it come through? Yeah, 10 to 12 this morning. She sent something through already. So that's just been sent to the applicant as well. So there'll be a final confirmation to come.
I think it was going to just be a sort of opportunity for the applicant, yes, to come back at any point. But I don't think there is an issue, because I think you'll recollect in the discussion, I think certainly somebody mentioned that there was around about 50 houses, and we've now confirmed it's 59, and the population is now clear from, I think it's the 2011,
is it? I think it's
yes.
11, yeah. Mr. Campbell, do you have a point?
Can I be clear, ma'am? Yes, thank you, I do. Are we talking about the Hughes Valley here, or the Hughes Scantiviat Valley's population?
Well, the geographical basis. There are 3 maps. Could you send Mr. Campbell a copy? Has he been provided with the maps as well, just so you can understand the area we're talking about?
I think it has been circulated around all relevant parties, but if Mr. Campbell's team hasn't got that, we can obviously send that on, but it has been sent on, and that sets out the area, and I think it was just in relation to use Valley that the request was.
Yeah, it has actually. You have been copied into it, Mr. Campbell. I can see
I actually
the
do
email
have,
now.
well,
Yeah.
that's part of the reason for the question. I've got the 3 maps and I've got the data that Laura has kindly sent on. It may not matter, but it doesn't appear to include the ESC or the Teviot valleys.
Doesn't go quite as far up as that. Yeah.
Or to the west. I'll have somebody here check it, ma'am, and
Okay.
perhaps come back later in the day if I may.
Okay, that's fine. Yes,
Thank
happy
you.
for you to come back on that. Okay, Mr. Armstrong.
Dr. Carter, if we're going to turn to the impact on the setting of the prehistoric settlements and forts, you indicated in your evidence today, and indeed in your recognition that you produced, that you had some doubt or you weren't clear about what the council's position was and what the on this matter. I'm sure that can be discussed with Mr. Hardy and Mr. McTeer in due course. But is it not obvious from the agreed statement, the council's position in relation to these matters, and also in relation to having looked at the report and the recognitions of Mr. McTeer and Mr. Nicholson? The issue here is that that it's obviously ultimately it's for the decision maker has to consider all the impacts on the cultural cultural heritage assets, and the council set out that they would have not objected. They would not object if it was only the impacts on the prehistoric settlements and forts that was the issue. But because that there's more, because there are other issues, they've included that in the issues to be considered, because the development of the proposal is contrary as far as policy HE3 is concerned. If one takes account of the setting of the prehistoric settlements and forts, that's the council's position. Isn't that perfectly clear?
I think whether it's clear to me or not is not important. I think it's for others to discuss this. I simply wish to make clear that, having all the way through understood there to be 7 assets involved, I was now not clear. But I'm still have my evidence on those assets which can be considered, and the report, I'm sure, will do it as she sees fit.
Yeah, and would you not agree that
not for me to dictate?
Lost you again, I'm afraid, Dr. Carter. Dr. Carter.
Carter, are you there? Or is now?
Yeah.
I wonder if it might be worth him. Oh, he's come back. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Carter, we lost you there for quite a while.
I think we've lost you again.
You can hear me. My screen is not here.
I caught a bit of what Dr. Carter just said there, but I think it said his screen is frozen.
Okay. Mr. Carter, can you speak it and just see if we can hear you just now?
I just heard you ask me that question, so yes, I can hear you.
Okay, your video's frozen, your picture's frozen, but we can hear you, I think.
Dr. Carter, can you still hear? We've lost that.
My computer just threw me out of the call and he's letting me back in again. So I don't know if you can hear me. My computer just threw me out of the call and he's letting me back in again.
Okay.
Like that.
Not visually.
Still frozen. Try that.
Okay, you seem to be back with us.
All right. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Oh, right. Oh, well. Let's hope it lasts this time. Sorry about that.
So I'd sort of rephrase that, and perhaps could take this short, but would you agree with me that it is obviously relevant to consider the effect that the reporter and the Scottish ministers are indeed required, and it's relevant for them to consider the effects on these cultural assets?
Yes.
I seem to have lost you again. You seem to have frozen again, I'm afraid, Mr. Dr. Carter.
Sorry.
It's okay from my end.
Can you
Carry
hear
on.
me?
I can hear you, yes, but no, you're back now. That's fine. Yeah, so,
Right. My
I seem to have lost it.
I heard you say that you seem to have lost me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting very, very disjointed, isn't it? I'm afraid. We have been given a second Wi-Fi network aside from the one that we were on. I just wonder whether it's worth taking 2 minutes again, for Dr. Carter to try and hook onto a separate, isolated Wi-Fi network.
Yes, I think that'd be a good idea, Mr. Harvey. Yeah, just a few minutes just to try and do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi there, Dr. Carter. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear and see you loud and clear.
Sure.
Right.
Get a picture.
It's a lot better.
Is it? Oh, good.
Yes, you're more animated and not
good.
frozen.
I'm alive.
Okay, good. Let's fingers crossed. Let's continue.
Okay, let's try and take this really briskly then before we lose one of us. Would you generally, going on to the this area, the River Esk and Hughes Water, agree that the valleys of this area and the sides of the valleys and hills both contain a significant group of well-preserved prehistoric settlements and forts?
Yes, there's certainly particularly it's very much associated with the dales themselves. You get away from them and you come out of that concentration. But Hughesdale, up Eskdale, there is a significant they're scattered, running along both dales of these Iron Age settlements. Yes.
And they tend to be constructed on rising ground, on the valley sides or on the summits of the hills bordering the valleys. Can we agree on that?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Yes. Many of them overlook the valleys and junctions in the valleys and are intervisible.
Yes, they certainly overlook the valleys. Some are at junctions, and there's a degree of intervisibility between their locations. Yes.
Yeah, so it would be an oversimplification just to suggest that the locations were picked because they were dry ground. There were obviously other reasons for them being picked than just purely at finding the first bit of dry ground.
I think that my understanding and the analysis I set out in my inquiry report is that it does seem to be about the choosing of these elevated positions. Yes. Of course, I suppose the one caveat we perhaps should have about that is that there's always a possibility that there are sites on lower ground that have seen more recent cultivation that we're simply not detecting. I think that can't be entirely excluded. There may be a bit of locational bias here, but nevertheless, this association with these elevated sites, I think, is clear.
Yeah, and the proposed development is being placed in the midst of this complex and well-preserved group of prehistoric earthworks, and it will be visible as a skyline feature from most of them, will it not?
I don't think I would characterise it as being placed in the midst of them. I think that's not how I would see it. I think if I was just thinking where we have a useful plan that would perhaps illustrate this point most effectively.
I suppose the plan that's got all the figure 9.4 and 9.5 of the EIA, would it not be CD 290 and 291, which has certainly, but it has all the prehistoric sites that we're talking about on it, does it not? And it puts it in the context of the proposal, doesn't it?
It has the sites we are talking about, but what it doesn't have is the totality of the distribution that you were just referring to. So where I'm going to take you to is to a document, and it is CD 13. CD 1326, which is the extracts from the Royal Commission's Eastern Dumfriesshire volume. And there is a useful plan on page 128, which is part of one of the extracts, so internal pagination 128 of that book. And there's a whole page plan that shows the distribution of forts and descended settlements against the pattern of other settlements enclosures in the survey areas. And what we can see from this is this certainly in this part of Upper Eskdale and Hughesdale, this clustering of these sites that we're talking about now along the main valleys, and then hinterland often the higher ground with none of these sites. So I think to describe it as the midst of them is wrong. It certainly lies between the cluster in Hughesdale and the cluster in Upper Eskdale, but it's not actually among the defended sites, which are all very much outside the application area. And
I suppose if as we're on plans, though, would you agree that was CD290 and CD291 that I referred to, figures 9.4 and 9.5 of the EIA report. They show the location of the sites that we're talking about in the context of the proposed development and the various turbines.
They do, yes.
So, I mean, if the reporter was wanting to sort of look at that for actual figures to put these sites in context, that would be the two documents to go to with it.
It shows the 5 assets that we're talking about and their position in relation to the turbines, yes.
And if we took them considering the Eskdale Hill forts first, the three of them, and we can see the locations on these plans. And if one goes to these forts, you can see there's a wide-ranging, extensive views across the surrounding landscape from them.
Yes, I think particularly in the case of Castleweary, which is on a summit that has a more or less 360-degree view. I think if we go to Bess's Hill, particularly, it is much more of a one-sided view, looking out over Eskdale. Similarly, Camp Hill is rather lower set, so it hasn't got quite the breadth of view of Castleweary. But they're all in elevated positions, therefore all command some sort of wide view.
And as far as the Usedale sites are concerned, again, an issue there is in relation to the intervisibility, is it not, between the two sites at Usedale that we're discussing?
I know that it's a point that Andrew Nicholson makes in his evidence, and I would agree with him that it is possible from one to see the location of the other. So they're on opposite sides of Usedale. My view would also be is that it is not easy to perceive one from the other. That is, if we know where they are, we can make them out, particularly with a pair of binoculars, but they're not easy to see. They're not, for example, prominent features in a view one from the other. And perhaps more importantly, it is unclear what the significance of that indivisibility might be, other than just being an accident of topography. And this particularly relates to the suggestion that the Loch Hill fort may be considerably earlier than Briery Shaw. So, whereas I think it is interesting to be able to be aware of the site of the two assets, one from the other. It is neither a prominent part of the experience of one from the other, nor is it necessarily chronologically meaningful.
I suppose as part of the experience from the Briery Shaw one, you've also got to consider in the context of, I think, you can see 32 turbines from the Briery Shaw Hill site.
I think it might be the other way around. If you're referring to the northwest facing view from Loch Hill.
Yes, it's Loch Hill. Sorry,
that's right. And there's a wire line of that, the view from Loch Hill. I think you think.
Yeah, CD 1339.
Yeah.
So the reporter can go and
that's right.
Look at that. It's 32 from that. I'm obliged. And we've obviously got the council's position as set out within the memo and in the report on the impacts. Just bear with me for a sec. Sorry. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Gregg, are you there? Do you have some questions for Mr. Carter?
Yes, I do. Are we happy to press on just now? Dr. Carter, are you happy to keep going?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay.
I may need to sort some papers around, but you'll tell me where to go, I'm sure.
Yes, of course. So for these questions, I would anticipate referring you to your report and precognition, which no doubt you have to hand. If you could also have Dr. McLeod-Rivet's report, which is CD 13.033. And it might also be helpful to have Historic Environment Scotland's Managing Change in the Historic Environment Setting Guidance, which is core document 13.003, and also the August 2019 photo montages, which is core document 13.006. We probably don't need to call them up just now, but there may also be references to the EIAR Chapter 9, the Additional Information Chapter 9, the Statement of Agreed Matters between the applicant and Historic Environment Scotland, and potentially Scottish planning policy, but we can perhaps come to those if and when.
Yes, I more or less have all of them to hand, yeah.
Perfect. So there does appear to be, I think, substantial agreement between the parties on the approach to impact assessment in terms of the methodology of EIA and the application of the policy test. But I just want to double check that we are actually on the same page here. Do you agree that the conclusions of an environmental impact assessment, including conclusions on the magnitude of impact on cultural significance, cannot be read across to reach conclusions on the application of the policy test at paragraph 145 of Scottish planning policy?
I have to reply with a slight caveat. It depends what we mean by read across. If we mean by read across simply to lift up the conclusion and to drop it in unchanged, then no, you can't. If by read across means that you can take the analysis that was relevant to one and apply it to reach a conclusion in terms suitable to the other, then yes, I think you can, because actually basically the fundamental assessment is the same. It's that assessment that is promoted in managing change, and whether you reach conclusions at the end of it about the extent to which the cultural significance of an asset is diminished, or whether you reach a conclusion about whether the integrity of setting is affected, the actual underpinning analysis and understanding is the same.
Okay, that's fair.
But they're very much two separate conclusions, and they will be expressed in different terms.
Yes, okay. So yes, we have these two separate conclusions, perhaps a similar analysis as you say, but assessing different things at the end of the day, reaching different conclusions.
I think you're essentially assessing the same thing, because your concern is in cases where only setting is engaged and the physical asset itself is not being affected, then the EIA assessment is a consideration of the way in which the contribution that setting makes to significance will be changed, and that is effectively what the integrity test asks you to do. So I think as we're intellectually, you're doing the same thing, and managing change is the key document to guide you through it.
Although it would also be fair to say that the EIA assessment is also concerned, it's more concerned about a holistic approach to cultural significance and impacts on cultural significance. So it also takes into account impacts on the fabric of the asset, for instance.
It does, which is why I caveated what I just said to you there, was in cases where only setting is engaged. Clearly, if the actual fabric of the asset was involved, then you'd be very much in a different analysis. I think it's interesting that managing change neither tells you how to reach a conclusion about integrity, nor does it tell you how to reach a conclusion relevant to say what the EIA handbook is recommending. So in that respect, managing change is neutral in terms of the actual policy you're going to apply it to.
Okay, I know that's helpful. Thank you for that clarification. So we have these two different assessments before the inquiry: the environmental impact assessment and the parties' respective assessments applying the policy test regarding impacts on integrity of setting. I'd like to turn. We'll go to both, but first of all, I'd like to turn to the environmental impact assessment. I understand from the written evidence and from discussion this morning that you didn't prepare the EIAR yourself. This was prepared by colleagues of yours, but you've reviewed this and you're comfortable with the conclusions and the analysis that's been undertaken there. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So there's just three. Well, there's a couple of aspects which I'd like to draw out then. Mr. Armstrong's hopefully asked you about these earlier, so I'll probably be able to cut this quite short. If we turn to paragraph 5.3, please, of your report.
Yes, I have it.
So sorry, across the page, 5.4 there, where you've helpfully quoted the EIR report insofar as it's relevant to the Useley's Watchtower, and I'm happy to just use this quotation here rather than referring between the two documents.
Okay.
You discussed earlier under your cross-examination in connection with paragraph 9.117, which you've quoted across the page there. And in that paragraph, the EIR, we read about the additional contribution that setting makes to this significance, to this cultural significance.
I see that.
You see that? And then if we turn to paragraph 5.14 of your report, the last sentence there,
yes,
we read, this relationship between asset and setting makes a significant contribution to the cultural significance of the asset. So,
yes.
So we have here in the EIR an additional contribution, and we have in your report a significant contribution. Now, I wonder if this is just a question of quantification. Is it the case that the EIR hasn't sought to quantify the level of contribution that setting makes towards the cultural significance, saying that it's just an additional contribution, whereas you have sought to quantify that, saying it's a significant contribution? Is that the case?
What I was seeking to do was to address, effectively, this comes out of the criticism raised by both Dumfries and Galloway Council's witness and your own witness about the language of the EIA report at this point. And so my use of significant in paragraph 514 is deliberate, because I want to make clear that whatever was meant in the EIA report, and just saying it doesn't specify, we don't know, and I'm making clear that I think that contribution of those contextual characteristics, the setting issues, is a significant addition. So whereas I don't dispute that cultural significance derives primarily from intrinsic, I want to make clear that I am not seeking to downplay the significant contribution that contextual matters make as well to it.
Okay, so you have quantified it there then, and it's not quantified in the EIR. Is that what you were saying there, Dr. Cox?
I think that's not an inappropriate summary of it. Additional, arguably, doesn't say how much of an addition, does it? It just says additional.
Yes. Okay. And take this short then, in terms of, you referred earlier to what the EIR had to say about the identification of setting factors and the impact assessment on that. You've obviously provided your own analysis in your report and your evidence to this inquiry. Do you accept that you've expanded on the setting assessment that's set out in the EIR?
I certainly feel that my assessment is a longer text, and it includes details that are not present in the EIAR. So I think, yes, that's right to characterise it as an expansion, yes.
Okay, thank you. And do you think, given that the EIR lacks this quantification of the level of contribution of setting towards cultural significance, and given that it lacks the degree of expansion that you've gone on to provide to this inquiry, do you think there's a risk, given those factors, that the EIR perhaps underestimates the impact on the setting of the monument?
Well, I don't think that would be the reason for suspecting it, because I think the key thing there would be to compare compare the conclusion I reach with the conclusion that is reached in the EIAR. And in terms of the criteria, the terminology used in the EIAR, that methodology, effectively, the EIA handbook approach, if you like, I'm comfortable that I agree with the conclusion reached by the EIAR. That is the negligible contribution. The fact that the amount of written analysis is less is a matter of fact. It is. The fact that it arrives at a conclusion that I support is also a matter of fact. And I provide a longer analysis that I consider does not lead you to a different place. And clearly, I express my conclusions in terms of SPP integrity, because that's what I needed to do to add that conclusion. But I do not dispute the negligible magnitude conclusion of the EIAR.
Do you think it would have been helpful for the EAR to have quantified the level of contribution and to have included this extra detail?
I think it's always difficult when writing an EIA report to pitch the amount of information that you include at the right level, and I think it's possible to overload it, and it's possible to undercook it as well. And I think it always looks with hindsight, particularly when certain assets come to the fore later in the process. You look back and think, why did we not write more about that then? And I think you look through the EIA, very many assets, most of which we're not talking about now, most of which there appears to be no disagreement about, no dispute about. For the ones that there are, we inevitably come back and we revisit them in more detail. So I think it's very hard with hindsight to say whether the EIA report should have had, it should have been obvious it needed more at the time.
Sorry, Dr. Carter, I think you cut out for a bit there, but I think I've certainly got the gist of that answer. The reporter also did. Yes. Okay, no, that's helpful. Thank you. Well, if we can move on now to consider the policy test. Hopefully we can take some preliminary questions quite quickly without referring to the documents. We can, of course, go to them if needs be, but hopefully this just sets the scene in terms of the approach Historic Environment Scotland have taken to the national policy test. The relevant policy test we have here is found at paragraph 145 of Scottish planning policy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Historic Environments Scotland's interest in this inquiry relates to whether or not there's an adverse effect on the integrity of setting of the Useley's watchtower. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
And if there is an adverse effect on the integrity of the setting of Useley's watchtower, there are no exceptional circumstances, then this application would be contrary to paragraph 145 of Scottish planning policy. Is that also correct?
Yes.
So in undertaking an assessment against paragraph 145 of SPP, parties have agreed a definition for the concept of integrity of setting, which should be used for the purposes of this inquiry, or that's what the applicant and Historic Environment Scotland say in their statement of agreed matters. And is it correct that this formula can be found at paragraph 7.1 of the statement of agreed matters?
Turn that up to confirm it's there. Yes, 7.1. Yeah.
And when applying that formulation that parties have agreed, do you accept that Historic Environment Scotland's managing change in the Historic Environment Setting Guidance, the managing change setting guidance, that provides the most relevant guidance when considering the application of this policy test?
Yes, because it's fundamentally about factors of setting that contribute to cultural significance, and that is at the heart of the guidance in managing change setting. Yeah.
And do you accept that this guidance is also listed as a key document in Scottish planning policy?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that this guidance recommends a three-stage process? So you've got stage 1, identify the historic asset; stage 2, define and analyse the setting; and stage 3, evaluate the potential impact of the proposed changes on the setting.
Yes.
I'd like to go through those 3 stages, if I may. Well, I don't have any questions actually on stage 1, as it appears to me the parties are largely in agreement there. So if I can move on to stage 2, defining and analysing the setting. It might be useful actually if we could bring up managing change. So that's core document
13.3.
Thank you very much. Yes. Just bear with me, my computer has decided to
Have a think.
have a think, yes. Okay, I have it. Do you also have it?
I do, thank you, yes.
Perfect. And if we could turn please to page 6 and 7 of that document. The second column on page 6, which is headed up, what factors contribute to setting? Do you have that?
I do.
And here, managing change sets out key factors to be assessed in identifying the setting of an asset. Is that correct?
This is section 2. What factors contribute to setting that you're referring to?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yes. So this setting can incorporate a range of factors, not all of which will apply in every case, and then list ones that it could include. Yeah.
Yes. And do you accept that Dr. MacLeod-Rivett's gone through these factors, identifying the relevant factors that she considers to apply in this case, and she's presented a factor by factor analysis in her report?
She has.
And would you accept that you've not set out a factor by factor analysis in your report?
That's right.
And would you accept, given that disparity, that Dr. MacLeod-Rivett's presented a more comprehensive assessment to this inquiry?
By comprehensive, we mean comprehending those factors that are relevant to our understanding of the relationship between the watchtower and its setting, then no, I don't.
Okay, if we can turn to your report, please. Paragraph 5.13.
Yes.
Now here you, as I understand it, you've identified 4 factors of setting which you consider to make the greatest contribution to our understanding, appreciation and experience of the watchtower. Is that right?
But I say that it's considered the surroundings contribute to our experience, appreciation, and understanding in the following ways. I don't use the phrase greatest contribution there.
Okay. Yes, these are 4 factors which contribute to experience, appreciation.
Yeah. It's the summary of my analysis, my stage 2 analysis. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I understand these factors properly. So if we can go through them, please. So the first factor here, which reads, the topography of the Usedores Pass, forming a deep, narrow way through high hills, experienced both in views on approach and on arrival at the pass.
Yes.
I want to understand what you mean by on approach to the pass. I wonder if we could bring up, please, one of the viewpoints from the additional visualizations which were provided in August 2019. That's core document 13.006.
Yes.
And if we could perhaps turn, I'd like to look at viewpoint 9.1, which is the view from southeast of the watchtower from within the Usedores Valley. Perhaps if we could turn to figure 1C, which is the photo montage, or it's perhaps just a photograph. It doesn't show the the turbine.
Yes,
So the fourth page. Yep. Do that, ma'am. So yes, this is the one without a turbine showing. It's perhaps a bit more zoomed out than the other ones, but it should be sufficient. From this viewpoint, is this the sort of location that you had in mind when you're referring to on approach?
It's certainly an example of it, yes, but I suppose it's worth emphasising that I'm imagining a sequential experience. So you could imagine yourself starting at the A7 in this case, walking past Useley's farm, on up Useley's Hope, and then as you come around the corner, you get this sense of the narrowing valley, and then get high enough up, and you see that notch in the hills, which is where you break through and drop down into the Teviot drainage. So it's that sequential experience of travelling that route.
Yeah, no, that's understood, and this is just a snapshot of it.
It is. That's how they have to be, isn't it?
Yes. So from this viewpoint and along the routes that you described there, the topography of the Usedores Pass forming a deep, narrow way through high hills, that factor contributes to your experience, your appreciation, your understanding of the monument.
I think it does, yes.
And from this viewpoint, which is, as you say, just a representative really of a part of this journey, which of the other setting factors that you've identified would be relevant here?
So if I looked at my 4 bullet points in 5.13.
Yes, if you could, please.
Which would be relevant from standing in this location here?
Yes.
Would this viewpoint illustrate? Well, if I go one by one, then precise. So the next one down, the second bullet point at 5.13, precise sighting of the watchtower on the low knoll to maximise visibility, experience only at close range. That would not be something that you would be able to experience from this location. That's very much a close range experience. The sighting of the watchtower close to the visible remains of historic tracks and cross dikes. Again, that's another one that would be part of your experience when you arrive at the site of the watchtower. And then the final one, the key intended open views out from the site of the watchtower. So this is getting a sense of what the Roman detachment in the watchtower is experiencing, why it's where it is, what it's monitoring. That's about views out from the watchtower. And obviously this photo you've taken me to is a view towards the site of the watchtower. So again, not relevant. So I think the answer would be none of them.
Okay. So you know there's a watchtower sitting on a low knoll at the top of that pass, close to the visible remains of historic tracks to maximise visibility from the tower along the routes of the historic routeways. I think you said during your chief that there's a clear and precise functional location, that it has a clear and precise functional location, the watchtower. And is it not the case that you can appreciate those other factors of setting? You can appreciate the sighting of the watchtower close to visible remains of historic tracks and cross dikes. You can get the precise sighting of the watchtower in a low knoll at the top of the pass to maximize visibility from the routes along the routes approaching Usedores. Can you not get those factors in this view?
I don't think so, because I think here we're referring to my third bullet point, I believe. Is that right?
Second and third.
Second, yes, indeed. Well, I think the same point would apply to both. I think this is about your experience when you've arrived at the site of the watchtower. So you, for the sake of argument, you know where it is because it's on the map. You're going to it because you're interested in it. You arrive at it. I imagine the first thing you do is establish where it is, because it's not obvious. So you satisfy yourself that there you are on the low knoll, and you see the slight remains of the ditch and bank, the circular ditch and bank. So you say, yes, here it is. And then you start looking around. What is it that you see? What is it that is going to support your appreciation of this site? And at that point, I say, oh yes, they're those cross dikes that are part of how this is an important early routeway, part of the control of it by people other than the Romans. So it's emphasising that aspect of it being an important routeway. And you can see the earthworks of the hollowways, particularly on the Hughes Lee side, coming up the slope. That again, remind you of this very close proximity of the precise site of the watchtower to the road at this point as it comes up over the pass. That's what I'm trying to capture in that point.
Okay, so in your view then, is it the case that as soon as the upstanding remains of the monument fall out of view, then suddenly the setting factors you've identified are no longer relevant, with the exception of the topography?
I think that's not the way I would see it. No, I think what I'm trying to describe here is if I was taking somebody to visit this site, what would I be wanting to point out to them to help them understand and appreciate this site more? What are the features in the landscape? I was saying, yeah, look at that. Look over there. Where would I do it from? And so, in that narrative that I've given you there, I'm trying to describe the way in which I would explain this asset in its setting to an interested but possibly less informed person who is not so familiar with Roman archaeology. So it's saying, do you see that crossbank over there? Difficult to spot. Yeah, there it is. That is probably a pre-existing Iron Age barrier on the same route. This is about the Romans appropriating an early important route through the hill. So basically the Romans are arriving and they are controlling an existing routeway. And that's an interesting part of the cultural significance of this watchtower. And the place where we can make that point and make it, come alive to the person we're showing round is standing on the watchtower and looking at it. And you can't really we can make that point in the abstract when you're walking up from Hughes Lee, when you're standing down where this photo's taken. But the point where it really makes some sense is when you're up at the pass. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, so perhaps that's the most relevant when you're on the site, but would you accept that when you're on the approaches and say you're explaining these points that you've articulated there to a visitor to the site, you can still get across a degree of the understanding, appreciation and experience which are encapsulated in those two other factors?
I think everything doesn't have very hard edges where we step, as it were, one step one way and it falls out of relevance. We step one way and suddenly it's entirely relevant. These things are more or less relevant. But as I've said already, where would I want to be to make that point? Where do I think that point would be intelligible as part of somebody's experience of this site? And I think setting fundamentally is about being there and experiencing these things. I would be having that conversation up at the pass. I wouldn't be having the conversation halfway up Hughes Lee's Hope.
Okay, so it's not the case that you need to be able to see the visible upstanding remains for these factors to contribute.
I think it becomes much more of an experience if you do, because otherwise we could be sitting at home having a conversation. I could get the map out and I could say to you, there's the watchtower, there's the valley approaching it. We could have a detached conversation about it. But I think where these contextual characteristics become important and where they really contribute to experience, to appreciation, to understanding is about the site visit. And so I think it is about how we do it in the field. So I think actually, yes, if we say, for example, we were talking about the cross route dikes, I think it'd be very hard to explain that to somebody without them in front of you. It would be rather odd to explain it without you. Why wouldn't you want to do it when you could see them and see their relationship to the watchtower, to the road coming over the pass? That intersection of these different features that really captures how important to the Romans and to the local population this routeway was.
So, in your view, then, is the degree of contribution, if you like, is it on a spectrum? You can say you're sitting around a map in a room far away from the site. You can have some degree of contribution, but when you're on the approach up the historic routeway, presumably that contribution's getting greater and greater, and then once you arrive on the site, that's when you get your maximum contributions. Is that your evidence?
It depends on the factor. So if we go back to the first factor we dealt with, which was the topography of the pass, I think that is very much about the sequential experience on approach, and then finally arriving at it. So that is one where if I'm back to my hypothetical visit with the interested other, we'd be talking about the route. We'd have, who knows how we'd have got there. Say, for example, we'd come up from Langham. So we're going up, we drive up Eustdale, and then we stop and we get out. The reason we get out is that the present day 7 goes on up to Moss Paul and goes the other way. The old route goes this way. Oh, that's interesting. We then go up Useley's Hope, this narrow valley, and then we see ahead of us, once we get round the corner, the notch in the hills. All this is about experiencing that setting and building up that story of how we understand when we get there. Look, and here's the Roman watchtower in the pass. And then we get these curious little details like, the cross route dikes, which in a sense have nothing to do strictly with the Roman story, but everything about the evidence we have that this is an important route and has been an important route for a long time. Similarly, the hollow ways for the track, we've not been able to demonstrate that any of it is strictly speaking Roman in date, and chances are it is much more recent because these informal trackways have a way of continuing to erode and develop. So what we see is most likely to be a more recent version of it. So, but the fact that they are perhaps 16th, 17th, 18th century in date, in a sense, doesn't matter because they again are illustrating the continued importance of the used doors route that the Romans, and this brings it back to the significance of the watchtower, that the Romans recognised and chose to place a detachment to monitor for that brief period that they were here, probably in the 1st century AD.
Okay, I think just a couple more questions on this point. I think you made your position clear, but if we could look back to the setting guidance, and if we could go to, well, first of all, we could go to page 6, which is where we were before. That the second column on the right-hand side of the page, 4th bullet point down. This is listing a range of factors which can be considered when identifying the setting of an asset. It says the prominence of the historic asset or place in views throughout the surrounding area, bearing in mind that sites need not be visually prominent to have a setting. And then if we could, do you see that, Dr. Carter?
I do, yes, sorry, yes.
Thank you. And then if we could move on, please, to page 9 of the guidance. This is under the heading Stage 2, define and analyze the setting.
I see it.
And the guidance poses a number of questions which can help an assessor in defining and identifying a setting. The 3rd bullet point down there, we read when the historic asset or place was developed or in use, both originally and subsequently, how was it intended to be viewed? The next sub-bullet point down, what views was it intended to have? And then we read in the next paragraph, key viewpoints to, from, and across the setting of historic assets should be identified. Often certain views are critical to how a historic asset is or has been approached and seen or understood when looking out. And it goes on to say at the bottom of that page, depending on the historic asset or place, these could include specific points on current and historical approaches, routeways, and so on. Do you see that?
I do.
So in this case, can I ask how was the asset intended to be viewed if we're looking back to our viewpoint 9.1?
I don't think that we have any evidence that the Romans intended it to be viewed from a particular place. What I think I've looked for, and I know Mary McLeod Rivet also discusses, so I know she's been considering this point, was whether there were other stations along this route, other Roman stations that the Useley's watchtower is linked to, and particularly where we might be dealing, for example, with a signalling station function rather than a watchtower function, where intervisibility from other points along the road were important. I know she discusses the potential for the Cairn rigging closure to be relevant to that. Now, I note you've seen in my precognition that my views on that particular point, but my conclusion is that the way certainly we currently understand Useley's watchtower is as an isolated monument. This is not part of a chain that we can recognise in the way that some Roman sites can be analysed, and the examples that we can give, the obvious one closer to home in the borders would be the potential relationship between signal stations on the Eildon Hills, on Ruber's Law, on what is now the border on Deer Street. So it appears not to be that situation. If it was, then we could certainly recognise the importance of being able to appreciate the experience of looking towards the watchtower from where the next watchtower was, for example. But we don't have that. So in this situation, I think I only identify key views out from it which relate to the way in which it functioned as a watchtower. So the experience that the Roman detachment would have when it was manning the watchtower, the views it was intended to command, to give them notice of who was moving along the road. But I can't identify reciprocal views from other specific points in the landscape where that might be relevant.
Yes, and you say it has a functional location, so I suppose visibility in the landscape might be a secondary consequence of that. But you do accept, though, that in views on approach, these do contribute to understanding, appreciation, and experience.
Oh, and if we go back to my list of 4 bullet points, then the first of those bullet points is about that appreciation that we get on approach. But as we've already discussed, I consider that to be appreciation of the topography and of this route way that we're following that the Romans wished to monitor and control.
Okay, and I presume you'd agree that all 4 of your factors of setting that you've identified are relevant when you're on the site of the watchtower.
Yes, actually, I think yes, they would be, because that very first topographic point, although it's one that you can pick up on as you're approaching, because it's about that sequential experience. Part of that sequential experience is actually passing through the pass, the point where you walk past the watchtower, and you get the top of your route and start going down the other side. So yes, that would be part of that sequential experience.
Okay.
In fact, I think one of the most, the dramatics is a rather grand word, but one of the interesting points of that sequence, particularly if you're coming southwards from the Rangway, is the point where you suddenly crest that last rise to where the tower is, and you get your first peep over down into Useley's Hope, and suddenly the ground drops away and there's this deep narrow valley, and that's quite a dramatic moment on that route, and it's part of the constrained nature of the topography and that surprise you get as you get to the watchtower. And I think that's all part of understanding why the watchtower is there.
Okay. Now, Dr. MacLeod-Rivets also identified 4 factors of setting, and that's at paragraph 55 of her report. If we could turn that up. I don't want to spend too long on this given the time, and it strikes me that you have generally identified similar factors. But if we could perhaps go through a similar exercise here, bearing in mind viewpoint 9.1 and the views on approach, and if you could let me know your position on whether or not these factors that Dr. MacLeod-Rivets identified, whether or not they're relevant in those views. So, did you have paragraph 55 before you?
I do.
So, first of all, we have the long but restricted views down the valleys of the Useley's Burn and the Rangway Burn, focused around the historic roads approaching the pass. So, I think we can agree that that's just relevant from the site of the watchtower.
That's certainly how I interpreted that. That became, because I turned her text into numbered points, and in my recognition, paragraph 3.14. And so my point 1 was, views out from the site along the valleys and roads. So I assumed that was her describing that experience of standing at the watchtower and looking out along the route, yes.
And then views towards the location of the scheduled monument in the approach up the Useley's Valley. That would be relevant, presumably, from viewpoint 9.1.
Absolutely. That yes, because that what 9.1 is a view towards the location of the scheduled monument on the approach up. Yes, it's precisely that. Yes.
And this third point, the topographical location of the monument at the constricted pass between the two valleys. Is that relevant in this view?
I think that's a hard one to appreciate until until you get there. I think that one is much more about being there, and when you're actually standing on the site of the watchtower, that's where you can, particularly looking up that very steep slope up Pikethorn Hill. That's when you really get the sense you're in this little notch. And so I'd say that's more about being there.
Okay. Is there not a similarity there between the first factor you identified, that yourself, the topography of the Ustor's Pass forming a deep, narrow way through high hills?
Clearly, they're related. I think if I was to separate them, one is about understanding the route that we're following, the route out of Usedale into Teviotdale. The second point is, where do you place your watchtower on that route? Because if things were different, there might be a string of connected watchtowers going along the route in different places on it, but there isn't. And so I think there's a distinction between understanding that journey along the route, which we could, if we were walking it, I suppose we could start from right up the Teviot Head Hall, something like that, walk down the road to Kellenrig, approach Rangway and go down to Usleys. So it's quite a journey. Whereas the other one is about understanding the specific point at which the tower has been placed. So I think they're two different things.
Okay, and this final point, the undeveloped steep enclosing slopes of the hills that allow the monument's location and resulting dominance as a built structure to be understood.
And you'll know what I've done there, because you've seen it in my precognition, that I've joined that with the previous point to make it a point about the topographic position of the watchtower in that notch. So I see those two as very closely related.
Okay, and just on that point, we can, well, we'll come back to that perhaps when we're looking at your precognition. But thank you for going through that.
But I think perhaps the other thing perhaps to pick up on that one is because I know I've referred to it already, but this issue about the dominance of the watchtower as a built structure to be understood, I think is one where I find it difficult to see that as part of the experience of this scheduled monument as it is now. So it's one that I would not emphasise as being a way in which setting, being there, experiencing the monument is actually contributing, given its current condition.
You'd accept that the setting guidance directs us to consider how the monument was intended to be viewed.
Yes, but if we come back to the conversation we had a little earlier about whether it was intended to be viewed from distant points, my answer was that I didn't think there was any evidence that it was intended to be viewed. Intended to be viewed is different from whether you would see it. And I certainly think that if for the sake of argument, the watchtower had been built of stone and had by some quirk of history survived as a prominent standing stone structure, I think there will be other aspects of its experience that would be contributing to its cultural significance, because we would actually be able to see it on approach, and we'd be able to understand its placing in the landscape on approach in a way that we can't now. But it doesn't. And I have no evidence that visual prominence in this sense was a deliberate intention of the Roman forces who built what we believe to be a 10-metre tall tower.
But the flip side of that, it's not built to be hidden, so it's got this functional location primarily, but also this dominance in the landscape as a consequence of its construction. Is that not something that we should take into account?
Yes, and I as I said, if by some entirely implausible quirk of fate it had survived as a tall structure, then I think our experience of it would be different, and therefore our appreciation of it in its location in the past would be different. But it doesn't. So that does not affect and contribute to our experience.
Well, we'll pick up on that with Dr. McLeod-Rivet. We can. You mentioned actually your precognition there. If we could turn to paragraph 3.14 of your precognition. Now, you mentioned here that you've grouped Dr. McLeod-Rivet's factors 3 and 4 together as essentially the same point. Do you accept that there may be a degree of nuance in Dr. McLeod-Rivet's assessment here, which has led to her categorizing these as 2 separate individual factors?
Clearly, she found it a useful way to divide up her analysis, and I don't think there's a perfect right answer for whether we split or lump our analysis of a particular asset. These things aren't, the Romans didn't have a list of 4 factors that they were fulfilling. We're imposing an artificial analysis on this site, and so the fact that she made a decision to split them is her choice. And as I note at the top of paragraph 314, she lists 4 factors. She does, and it's just that I'm making clear to you what I'm making of that, and I think those 2 are very close together and essentially making the same point. But I don't think it leads us anywhere whether we split or lump them. I don't think there's an important follow on from that in terms of how we understand the predicted effect of the proposed development, for example.
Excuse me, sorry, could I just interrupt you a second? I'm having a lot of noise. I've switched off the microphone, but I'm struggling I'm hearing you, but not brilliantly. And if they're drilling somewhere next door, could you just give me a moment to just get them to quieten down or say to someone? Just one moment.
Okay.
Just briefly, yeah. I just want to wait.
Sorry about that. It's pretty disturbing, and I don't want them to think they can carry on. We'll try and get them to do it. Out with the time the inquiry's on. Hopefully, you'll be okay to continue. Right, sorry for the interruption, Mr. Gray.
Not at all. Just let us know if you need us to break at all. Just before we move off this point, Dr. Arthur, you acknowledge the importance of the functional location and the contribution that makes to in terms of the setting. And you acknowledge the functional location, that's why the watchtower is located where it is. Why do long views up the valley not contribute to that understanding? You say they do insofar as the topography is concerned, but why not insofar as the other factors?
I think it's because it is about the way we experience this asset, and I think the informative part of the experience as you're approaching is about recognizing that you are on an historic routeway that is leading through the hills. But the specific point about the Roman military control of it is something that we experience and appreciate when we arrive at the top of the pass.
But do we get a degree of that experience as we're approaching? We can look up and understand that there used to be a watchtower there, that was controlling the routes. We get that experience, understanding, and appreciation on approach, don't we?
Well, you just mentioned the 3 words there, whereas before we just mentioned experience. I think it's not strictly about experience here. Clearly, there's some context here where if we're going there to visit the watchtower, we know there is a watchtower ahead of us because we're going there. But in terms of the way in which the setting is contributing on approach, I think, as I say, it is about understanding where we are in the landscape, understanding that we are leaving, assume we're coming from Lees, that we're leaving Usedale and we're heading towards Teviotdale, and we're going up through this narrowing pass. That is the informative experience at that point. And the point where we start getting an informative experience about the watchtowers itself is when we get to the pass. And this I feel very much was my own experience when I first visited the site. Was that and it was coming up from Lees, was that I didn't know quite what to expect from the watchtower. I didn't know quite where it was, as it wasn't until I got there that I said, all right, here it is. Oh, yes, it's there. It's on that low mount. And at that point, that was my experience. And I think that is what setting is about. Otherwise, there can be lots of other contextual information about an asset. We could read books about the Roman occupation of southern Scotland. We could read books, and there are a number in the core documents, about the way in which the Romans exploited signal stations and watchtowers, and it could give us that sort of academic underpinning that would inform our experience. But my understanding is setting is about the way we experience the asset, and it's informed by that intellectual baggage, if you like, that we bring with us. But it's fundamentally about experience, and I would maintain that we actually experience the watchtower when we're close to it. This comes back to the point I made about whether it had miraculously survived as a tall structure or not, and that it doesn't.
So you're saying it's fundamentally about experience, but it's also about understanding and appreciation.
Yes, I think that, and that experience then leads to your understanding and appreciation, because I can experience walking up the very narrow valley that is Lees Hope. It increases my appreciation of what this is about. This is about finding a manageable route through very steep-sided hills. And this is something and if I've done my homework and done my reading, I know this is something that happened before the Romans came. I know that the Romans were interested in it. I know it's happened into recent centuries. But until I actually visit Usedale, until I actually appreciate those steep-sided hills, I don't really get that proper sense. Yeah, I can read a map, but actually going there and seeing it is about experience. And once I've had that experience, I say, yeah, I really appreciate that point. I really appreciate that distinction between the route through Moss Pool that the A7 now takes and this route that was historically taken. And one of the interesting points there that it raises, and a question you ask yourself, and this is part of that appreciation that comes from being there, is why did they change it? Why does the modern road go through Moss Pool? What is it about the Lees, Dawes route that made it less desirable after the 18th century? And I assume it's got something to do with travel with horse-drawn wheeled vehicles and what is an easy route for them. But it's that sort of appreciation and understanding that then gets thrown up by experiencing the asset in its setting.
I suppose, Dr. Carter, what I'm trying to drive at here is you're saying it's fundamentally about experience, but would you accept that your understanding can lead to experience? So you approach the watchtower with the understanding that there's a watchtower up in that constrained pass, and that understanding, that knowledge, allows you to have a greater experience.
It's perhaps slightly different ways in which we're using the word experience.
Yes.
But I think there is an interplay between experience and understanding. I would accept that, because clearly you come to, say you were visiting for the first time, you could well come to that visit with some understanding of the asset. Otherwise, why would you be there? So clearly you bring some understanding with you, and then you come, hopefully, if you've had an informative experience, you come away from that visit with a greater understanding and a greater experience, a greater appreciation, sorry.
So if you're visiting the asset for the second time, for instance, you have that understanding. Are you able to do in views from 9.1, for instance? Do you now get to the stage where those factors are relevant again? They're contributing to your understanding, appreciation, and your experience.
I suppose arguably it depends quite how ill-informed you were, because if I take my own experience, I knew that the watchtower was there because I had seen it on the map. So I knew in broad terms where he was going to be in the landscape, but I could get no real sense of that, which is why I come back to my earlier answers, that I think that the appreciation that we get on approach is about the route and the topography and the pass. It's only when we actually arrive at the actual site of the watchtower that we really start to add to our appreciation and understanding of what the Romans were doing. Other than this general point that they were interested in this route through the hills, as everybody has been for the last 3,000 or 4,000 years.
I think we might be in danger of going round in circles if I press on. So let's move on to stage 3. Evaluating the potential impact of proposed changes on the setting. If we can go back to the setting guidance, please. And if we can go to pages 10 and 11.
Yes, I have them.
And under the heading Stage 3, evaluate the potential impact of the proposed changes. Now, here we have managing change setting out a list of possible impacts to be considered in assessing the impact on the setting of an asset. Is that correct?
This is the section where it starts factors to be considered in assessing the impact of a change on the setting of a historic asset or place. Yeah,
that's right. There's a bullet point list of potential impacts to be considered.
Yeah.
And similar questions for stage 2. Do you accept that Dr. MacLeod-Rivett's gone through these, that she's identified relevant impacts in this case, and that she's presented an impact by impact analysis in her report?
Yes, she has structured her analysis around the bullet points in that list. Yes.
Okay. And again, do you accept that you've not set out such a factor by factor analysis in your report?
That's right. Yes.
And again, I put it to you: would you accept that Dr. MacLeod-Rivett's presented a more comprehensive assessment to this inquiry when it comes to stage 3?
And I suppose I'll give the answer I gave you when you asked me that question last time. That if comprehensive means in identifying all the ways in which the changes that are predicted to happen would affect the contribution that setting makes to significance, no, I don't think it is more comprehensive.
Okay, if we can turn please to 519 of your report. And this is where you assess the impact against each of the 4 factors that we were discussing earlier.
That's right.
So this first factor then, topography of the Usdoors Pass. We read here, the actual topography would be unchanged by the presence of the wind farm, and views on approach from both directions would be unobstructed. Wind turbines, and then you list 3, would represent a degree of visual distraction, but there would be no material reduction in ability to appreciate and understand the place of Usdoors as a key point on the historic route between Teviotdale and Usedale. Now, this visual distraction, you found a degree of visual distraction here. That's the same terminology that's used in the EIAR. You seem to identify visual distraction as the sole impact across your factors. Where can we find this concept of visual distraction in managing change?
Are you asking me whether the words visual distraction are used in managing change, and presumably you're expecting me to look at the section of stage 3.
Yes. Stage 3 is where we find the factors to be considered in assessing the impact of a change on the setting of a historic asset, and I couldn't find visual distraction listed there. Mm-hmm. So I was wondering if you might be able to.
And as far as I'm aware, the precise words visual distraction do not appear here, but I think that that's an unimportant point, because the purpose of undertaking stage 3 assessment is not to specifically run through each one of those bullet pointed factors in the list and narrowly restrict your analysis to that. The point is to understand how the factors that you have found to be relevant in the case that you're undertaking would or would not be affected by the change. And so, for example, we could see in the second bullet point, when it says whether the proposed change would dominate or detract in a way that affects our ability to understand and appreciate. If I felt there was something relevant in that area, I might well seek to describe it as a visual distraction. One of the interesting is the wrong word, one of the characteristic features of these sort of wind farm developments is that typically they will not block a view. And here often we get into debates about the notion of visual permeability and whether that is relevant or not. But nevertheless, we recognise that there is an impact. And the way I try to describe that is as visual distraction, because it is distracting our attention away from the thing that would help us to appreciate some aspect of the significance of the asset. So I think visual distraction is a very useful description. The fact that Managing Change, which is a document that was written to cope with all types of heritage assets in all development situations, doesn't have a language that is particularly relevant to onshore wind, I think is entirely unimportant. If we go to the next point down in the bullet list, the third one on that page, 10, the visual impact of a proposed change relative to the scale of the historic asset or place of setting. Again, if we were trying to describe what that visual impact was, because visual impact is a fairly neutral term, again, I might find the phrase distraction useful. I see nothing problematic about the fact that Managing Change itself does not use a phrase that I find helpful and I hope informative in describing what I think the change is achieving. You know, the predicted change in the setting is achieving in relation to this asset.
Okay, that's understood. But you accept that it's not a concept that's found in Managing Change, subject to that explanation you gave.
Whether it's not a concept that's found, that formulation of words is not present in the document. I will agree. But I would challenge the idea that if we were able to go back to people that drafted Managing Change setting and said, we've got this useful turn of phrase we're using to describe visual distraction because of moving turbines close to something that we'd like to draw our attention to. So yes, that sounds useful. I've no doubt that it's in any way foreign to the principles being set out here and the guidance that is being given. Guidance cannot be all things to all developments. And I think part of the difficulty of trying to too closely follow what it says in stage 3 is I think it leads you, and I do think this is so what has happened with Mary McLeod-Rivet's analysis. It can lead you, in her case, into a repetitive structure that essentially is dealing with the same point. And in many respects, that point does come down to visual distraction.
Okay, well, we can come on to discuss that, but you mentioned there, you drew attention to detraction. So whether the proposed change would dominate or detract in a way that affects our ability to understand and appreciate the historic assets. Is that a good sort of parallel term that links us in there, this concept of detraction? As in, when we read a finding of visual distraction, should we read this to be an adverse impact of detraction in a way that affects our ability to understand and appreciate the historic asset?
Well, detraction in itself implies that the change is negative, it's detracting, whereas distraction, I suppose, could be seen as slightly more neutral. But I would essentially they're very close, yes.
Okay, so with that in mind, then, if we can go through these factors, you've found a degree of visual distraction. Sorry, we're back here. My report 519.
I'm at 519. Sorry, yes.
Perfect. So, first factor there, topography of the used doors pass. You found a degree of visual distraction there. Second factor, precise sighting of the watchtower.
Sorry, can I just interject there? Because yes, it says I found a degree of visual distraction, but I go on to say, but there will be no material reduction in ability to appreciate and understand the place of used doors as a key point on the route. And I think in all these cases, it has to come back to that element of the setting, that setting factor that is making the positive contribution. So it is not enough to, as it were, identify one of these points listed in Managing Change Stage 3. You have to take that back to that list of factors of setting that were making the positive contribution in the first place, which is why I structure my analysis at 519 under my 4 headings, because they're the things that I found that are currently contributing positively. So the key question is, would any of them be affected by what is proposed? Hence my structure.
Yes, I appreciate that. So you find a degree of visual distraction, and I appreciate what you're saying. You go on to find that there's no material reduction in the ability to appreciate and understand the place of used doors. So you have this setting factor, the topography of the used doors pass. You have this impact, degree of visual distraction, but you dismiss that impact as not having a material effect on the integrity of setting.
Yes, I don't dismiss it. That's my conclusion. And in making that conclusion, what I'm saying is that were the wind farm to be present, so for example, we can go back to the photomontage that we were looking at earlier, where particularly turbine 7 will be visible coming up from used leads. What I'm saying is that my ability to appreciate that historic route, the topography, the narrow pass, would not be materially diminished. That's my analysis. It's not dismissing.
Okay. Second factor then, precise sighting of the watchtower on a low knoll at the top of the pass. Now, you say here the topography of the low knoll and its immediate surroundings will be unchanged by the presence of the wind farm, and there would be no diminution in our ability to understand and appreciate the precise choice of site for the watchtower in close range views at the pass. Now, there's no identification of visual distraction here. Should there not be a finding of visual distraction? When you're in views at the pass, considering the precise sighting of the watchtower and a low knoll at the top of the pass, would there not be visual distraction from turbines in those when considering that factor?
No, I don't think so. The contrast here would be from the experience of the general approach of walking up, of looking ahead, wondering what you're seeing ahead, at which point the turbines are very much part of that view ahead. Now we're at the top of the pass, we're looking around at close range, we're looking down, we're looking at those slight earthworks. We're very focusing on things within a few tens of meters to no more than 100 meters away. And at that point, the turbines are relatively distant, giving our very close focus. So no, I would draw a distinction between being interested in what is ahead in sort of medium range views, where the turbines will become a new part of the scene, and this much more close range investigation of some quite detailed bit of topography and understanding what's going on at the pass. So hence that distinction.
Okay, but is that not a bit artificial, Dr. Carter? Would the turbines not draw the eye? Would they not, given the scale of the modern kinetic intrusion into the setting, even though you're considering fairly short area, as you say, around the watchtower itself, with the turbine perched on seemingly perched on top of the hill there. Would that not draw the eye? Would there not be a degree of visual distraction? You don't think there would be?
Not into relation to this setting factor. And again, I'd emphasise that this analysis is structured by the setting factor that we're interested in because it's making a positive contribution. So when we come on to another setting factor, and it's going to be the fourth one, we will discover that standing in just the same place, but being interested in those medium range views again, we are back to visual distraction. So it's coming from that viewpoint, but it's about what we're interested in at the time and whether it affects our ability to appreciate that particular point.
Okay. Third factor here, sighting a watchtower close to visible remains of historic tracks and cross dikes. It's the same point. It seems to me that it is a rather artificial distinction in terms of when visual distraction applies, when it doesn't apply. I would have thought if you're on the site of the watchtower, you have these new, modern, rather large turbines. They're kinetic. They draw the eye. I would have thought there would be a degree of visual distraction when you're considering these factors.
And I can only repeat the explanation I gave to you in an answer I just gave you, and that is it's this distinction between whether we're interested in that middle distance or immediate foreground, and our ability to experience, understand, and appreciate. So I think it is a useful distinction because, in a sense, the analysis that we are encouraged to make in managing change is artificial because it is very structured, and our experience when out there is much more mixed, and it's very hard to separate them all out. But we're encouraged to identify the various factors that contribute, and we're encouraged to do this sort of analysis. So I think it's a useful structure, and I think emphasises the difference between what will be happening in our experience of immediate close range issues around the watchtower itself, and our medium range experience of other aspects of the setting.
Okay. The fourth factor here, this is one where you do find there to be a visual distraction, and you do find that you go on to say that our ability to appreciate the view to the southeast down the Useley's Burn would be unaffected. But you accept that there is a degree of visual distraction, to use your terminology here.
Yes, and it's particularly the issue of looking north along to Merry Path Rig down the Rangway Burn. Yes.
Okay, thank you for going through those, Dr. Carter. If we can turn to your precognition again, please. Paragraph 3.24. Here you're considering Dr. MacLeod Rivet's assessment. You say she identifies, well, a preliminary point, you say she identifies adverse effects under 4 different headings in her assessment, all taken from the Stage 3 guidance in managing change. Do you accept that there are actually 5 headings here, the 5th being magnitude of change in relation to sensitivity of setting? And we can have a look at Dr. MacLeod Rivet's report, if that would be helpful. It's paragraph 77 to 80 that she considers that.
This is her final one. I feel that what she's doing there is essentially reprising much of the analysis she's already given. So essentially, it's an overarching comment that picks up on many of the same points. So it's I don't see it as a separate 5th point, more than one that covers the same material, but also in an overarching way. So I think fundamentally that there are 4 underlying points, which are the ones that I list in 324. But yes, I absolutely recognise that 5th heading is there.
Okay, so you see it as more of a summary, but but you'd accept, wouldn't you, that it is listed in managing change as a separate impact factor to be considered? That's on page 11 of the guidance, if that helps.
It is, but the fact that she has a heading that matches a heading in stage 3 of managing change doesn't mean that the analysis that she chooses to include in it introduces any new material. And my point is that I think that the analysis she provides under that heading in those paragraphs essentially is revisiting points that she's made earlier in her assessment. I don't think it's drawing out a new aspect.
Okay, we'll have your evidence on that. We can pick up with Dr. McLeod-Rivet later. Going on in 3.24, you seem to interpret each of these impacts that have been assessed by Dr. McLeod-Rivet as being, in effect, different ways of describing the one effect, your concept again of visual distraction. I wonder then, when we, and you might have touched on this earlier actually, but when we read a finding of visual distraction in your evidence, are you using visual distraction as an umbrella term or a shorthand for these impacts that are listed here? By which I mean, when you identify an impact of visual distraction, are you in effect identifying an adverse effect caused by the interruption of key views, caused by domination and detraction, caused by the scale of the proposed development, caused by the comparison to the existing built environment?
I think the point I'm trying to make is that because of the nature of the development, that is, it consists of placing large wind turbines into this upland landscape, there will be a number of ways you can describe these large turbines that lead you to the same place. And the reason that I try and group them together is that because they contrast, as you said, the contrast with the existing built environment, because they are these large structures placed there, because of the large scale of the development, which is essentially the same thing, because they're large wind turbines that will dominate and distract, and because key views will be interrupted in the sense that large wind turbines will be visual distraction. It's simply taking the same sentence but picking a different bit of it. So fundamentally, we are describing what happens when you place a wind turbine in proximity, a wind farm in proximity to a feature in the landscape that we've recognised as contributing positively to cultural significance, and that it is distracting from it. Because when she says that key views will be interrupted, I'm not sure what was meant in managing change, because it's very general guidance about all types of development, all types of asset. But the view is certainly not blocked. So I feel that they're interrupted in the sense that the turbines will be drawing your attention from the feature that we'd like you to be looking at, which is the road down the Rangway burn. And when she talks about them dominating and distracting, that's actually coming back to her point about key views being interrupted, because the key views are interrupted because these turbines are distracting, and she uses the word distract, from the old road down the Rangway burn. And when she says that there's a concern about the scale of development, it's because, as we've already discussed, there are large wind turbines that will be distracting in these key views. So we keep coming back to essentially the same point.
So you would use it as shorthand then, given that explanation? Your interpretation of these factors are that they are all covered by the concept of visual distraction. Is that right?
I think in the end they are all coming back to that. But the real key point is, in terms of impact assessment, is how would this perceived visual distraction affect any of the factors of setting that we see as making a positive contribution to cultural significance? So the key finding is to actually go back to, for Mary McLeod to go back to her list of 4 points and to conclude which, if any of those, would be adversely affected. That's where we actually get the impact assessment. And as I say in my precognition at 326, if you go beyond that assessment structure, I think Mary McLeod Rivet is identifying 2 factors of setting that are predicted to be affected by the proposed development. The impact on our ability to appreciate the views looking north from the watchtower along the route down the Rangway Burn, and the impact on our ability to appreciate the sighting of the watchtower in the used Dawes Pass. So in her own terms, I think they're actually the 2 points where there is an impact. And
is that you reading from? Sorry, Dr.
That's my refer. I'm reading from 626 of my precognition. That's where actually we come to the key point about having analysed what the change would be. Where does that lead us to in terms of those factors of setting that we recognise as contributing positively? And my reading of her evidence is that she's finding 2 ways, so 2 out of her 4 points. And as I say in 327 of my precognition, I agree with her on one of those 2 points. So that is the view out down the Rangway. But
on 326, then, given that you've taken us there, I appreciate you may just be attempting to summarise matters with these 2 points, but we discussed earlier, Dr. McLeod Rivet's identified 4 factors of setting. So you would accept that there's a degree of nuance between these factors.
So and a degree of nuance between Mary McLeod Rivet's 4 factors.
That allows her to separate these out into 4 factors. So you've summarised it as 2 factors.
No, I think it's two of her 4 factors. I think if my reading of her assessment on her own terms, this is not my assessment. This is how I read on. My understanding from having read her assessment is if I take her findings back to her 4 factors and say, okay, which of these 4 factors would be adversely affected? I think that 2 of them would be. I think she's saying that 2 of them would be adversely affected. And then I go on to say at 327 that I agree with her on one of them, the view out down the Rangway Burn, but I disagree with her on the second one. So that's 326 and 327 of my precognition.
Yes, but the factors that you've identified at 326 don't match up entirely with the factors identified by Dr. McLeod Rivet at 55 of her report. So I was wondering if you'd attempted to summarise those 4 factors down to 2 points.
That certainly wasn't my intention. That wasn't my intention.
Well, it's Dr. McLeod Rivet's evidence, so we can pick up with it.
Yes.
3.25 of your recognition. And we've discussed this already, really, but 3.25, you say the repetitive nature of the assessment structure used by Mary McLeod Rivet gives the impression of multiple different impacts combining to a considerable magnitude of impact. This outcome may, at least in part, explain the higher magnitude of impact that Mary McLeod Rivet finds in her assessment. You've given your view above on 3.24 there of how you see the effects that Dr. McLeod Rivet has identified in accordance with managing change and assessed. You've given your view on how these are all effectively the one effect, that of visual distraction. But is it not more accurate to say that Dr. McLeod Rivet has simply identified multiple setting impacts as those impacts are listed for consideration in managing change, and as you're directed to do so by managing change?
No, don't think that's what's happened. And I think that this is the difficulty in adopting a structure of assessment using the headings from stage 3. Because my understanding is that when we talk about an impact, we need to assign it to one of those factors of setting that we consider currently contribute to cultural significance, because we're interested in impact on cultural significance. So we have to say, referring back to our stage 2 analysis, what did we conclude at stage 2? And Mary McLeod-Rivet has her list of 4 points. I have my list of 4 points. And I think what the assessor needs to do is, having done that analysis of how the setting would be changed, and I'm quite happy that she could do that in terms of key views, in terms of dominate and distract, scale down. She can use that language if she finds that useful to structure her analysis. But where it has to come back to, in terms of actual impact assessment, is what about those factors that you identified in stage 2? How would any of them be affected, if at all? And so there's a final step that needs to make. So actually, that analysis that ends up with finding apparently adverse effects under 4 headings does not actually bring you back to the factors of setting that you considered valuable in the first place. And I think that's the missing link in this.
Well, we have Dr. McLeod-Rivet's evidence on that, and we can pick up in writing. We can pick up with that, no doubt, tomorrow. If you bear with me, Dr. Carter, just one moment. Thank you, Dr. Carter. No further questions from myself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. I think we should just give the witness a short break. Can we come back at 4 p.m? I'm conscious that we're running out of time to perhaps bring in the council's witness this afternoon. Mr. Campbell, do you have a number of questions for Mr. Carter? I presume you do. Okay, and I have a few questions as well. So it looks like that's about as much evidence as we might get through today. Let's come back at 4 o'clock and see how far we get. Okay, thank you.
So the reporters say 4 o'clock.
Yes, I think so, Jim.
I wanted to check them. You did answer.
Oh, actually, yeah, I texted one.
Okay, I've just asked the office to send a quick email out to all the parties that I think indicated their intention to take part in the conditions session, which including yourselves. You'll get an email come through, but it's just confirming who will be appearing as witnesses, and also just bringing in Mr. Mundell as well to see if he still wants to take part. So hopefully that will go out this afternoon. Right. Moving on to Mr. Campbell, do you have some questions for Dr. Carter?
Thank you, I do. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, Dr. Carter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Campbell.
You hear me all right?
I can, thank you very much.
Good. Dr. Carter, could you take up, please, SPP, Scottish Planning Policy?
I'll need to, I don't have a paper copy.
Well, perhaps you can locate it on your screen, can you?
I will do as quickly as possible.
Take your time, take.
8.2. I have it on screen.
Thank you. Would you turn to page 39, please? And find paragraph 145.
I have it.
Thank you. It reads at 145, where there is potential for a proposed development to have an adverse effect on a scheduled monument or on the integrity of its setting, permission should only be granted if there are exceptional circumstances. Can we agree, Dr. Carter, that there is potential for adverse effect on scheduled monuments in the area of the wind farm, if not within the wind farm site itself?
My understanding is that the answer to that is no, because paragraph 145 is a two-part test, where on the first part we have an adverse effect on a scheduled monument, and the second part we have an adverse effect on the integrity of its setting. And given that there are no scheduled monuments within the application site, and certainly not therefore within the footprint of the construction works, no scheduled monument would be directly impacted, and therefore the first part of the test is met. There are no adverse effects, and therefore we come on to the integrity of setting, second part of the test, which is what we have been debating in evidence regarding, for example, the Useley's watchtower.
Yes, I've been listening to you very carefully. Now, can we go back to my question, please, which you didn't answer? Can we agree that there is the potential for an adverse effect on at least one scheduled monument, but not within the application site?
If your reference to one scheduled monument is the watchtower, then there is potential for an adverse effect on the integrity of its setting, but my assessment is that there would not be an adverse effect on the integrity of its setting.
Thank you. Does the provision go on to say that permission should only be granted where there are exceptional circumstances?
It does.
And do you cite any exceptional circumstances for this development?
I don't.
Now, you say that 45 turbines have no adverse effect on the cultural significance of either individual heritage assets or the collection of heritage assets. Is that correct? I've been reading from the conclusions of your report and your recognition.
Well, the evidence, the analysis in the EIA report.
No, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. I know it's late in the day, but if you could just listen carefully to the question, because I know what I want to ask you. If you can't hear me, you're frowning a wee bit. So if you can't hear me, please say. What I want to know is, do you say that there is no adverse effect on the cultural significance of any of the collection of heritage assets with which we are concerned in this case?
No, I don't say that.
So-
Is that a negative question? I apologise. I'll be specific. I identify an adverse effect on Pikethorpe Ken, for example. That is an example of an adverse effect of the proposed development. So, but by that one example, I hope that gives you your answer.
The structure of your evidence has been, generally speaking, to look at the heritage assets one at a time and to consider those assets and their integrity and their settings. That's right,
That's correct.
isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
I don't think you have a section where you look at, as it were, the cumulative effect over a much larger area of the wind turbine development.
I have not undertaken an assessment of the, as it were, the cultural heritage resource as a whole of any defined area, whatever that might be. No, I haven't. I've taken an individual asset-based approach.
You agreed with my learned friend, Mr. Armstrong, that there was a significant scatter of historic assets in the vicinity of the site.
Yes,
So-
we certainly, this was with respect to the Iron Age forts, then yes, we discussed that, the concentration of them in Newsdale and Eskdale, yes.
If you could go to your inquiry report and find paragraph 317. Okay. You're talking here about your assessment methods and your baseline study, and you say contrast. That's the contrast between sites in the surrounding landscape and on the application site. Appears to reflect widespread settlement and use of the main valleys, the three main valleys, and the immediate adjacent hills, but little use of the higher hills. That's really to be expected, isn't it?
It certainly makes perfect sense in terms of the distribution of settlement in the past, yes.
Well, you're the archaeologist. You're the archaeologist, not me. Is that
yes?
What do you expect to find?
It certainly is not an unsurprising finding, but it also emphasises the difference between the cultural heritage resource within the application site and that resource out with the application site.
There's repeated emphasis in your evidence on the assets within, or the lack of assets within the application site and those outside it. Your instructions to confine your investigation to the application site?
No, I was not given any such instruction.
Do you agree with me that it is relevant to take the wind farm as a whole and consider, if you like, the penumbra of its influence upon the heritage assets scattered within its or around its circumference? Of course, I know circumference should be a circle. It's not quite a circle, but you know, I think you know what I mean. The diaspora around it.
I do.
So we could look at. Sorry, go on.
I was going to answer your question. We should certainly look at the wind farm as a whole, and the nature of the assessment that I've undertaken, as we've already touched on, was an asset-based assessment. So what I've looked at is the impact of the wind farm as a whole on a number of individual assets, both within the application site and out with the application site.
But you haven't focused on the influence of the wind farm as a whole on the collection, the scattered collection of heritage assets around the wind farm site.
In all cases, when I have chosen to assess an asset, it has been all aspects of the proposed application that are relevant to that assessment of that particular asset. So it depends where the particular asset is. So, for example, if it has been one of the assets within the application site close to the main access track, then my focus has been very much on those parts of the proposed development at the north end of the site. If, for example, it was one of the assets took down into Eskdale, then the focus tends to be on those aspects of the those parts of the application at the southern end of the site. But it's simply what is relevant to our understanding of the impact in the round of the development on that asset.
That's why I'm asking these questions. The conclusions of both your report and your recognition contain your conclusion that there is no effect on cultural significance of heritage assets from the wind farm. If we look at the report, look at the report, and towards the end, you divide up the objectives name by name, the two councils, the HES and the community group. And
Yes,
at 3.14, in response to the community group, you say no adverse impact on the cultural significance of any of the assets named by the Foresight community group. So that's quite clear. No impact at all, no adverse impact at all. With respect to you,
Sorry.
that field.
Is that my summary recognition you're quoting from?
I'm sorry, it is your summary recognition. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'll get that out.
My fault. Given that we have a collection of heritage assets which are largely enumerated either by previous surveys or by the surveys carried out by the community group, it feels counterintuitive to say that there is no adverse impact on the cultural significance of any of them. And what I want to ask you is, are you confident in that conclusion, given the size of the wind farm and its introduction into a bare hillside?
So referring to 3.14 of my summary recognition, so I say, I refer to the evidence in my inquiry report where I conclude there will be no adverse impact on the cultural significance of any of the assets named by the Foresight community group in the vicinity of the proposed development. And so I'm referring to that subset of assets that the community group referred to in its evidence. And that was my finding in my inquiry report. That is not a conclusion regarding the sum total of all heritage assets within or in the vicinity of the wind farm site. So it is a constrained conclusion.
Okay, it's you're only referring to the community group's named assets. I just want to help the reporter with identifying where we are, as it were, in disagreement. You say no effect, no adverse effect on any of those assets.
Of those assets named
by,
in the community group's evidence. That's right. That's right. Yes. And they were the assets that I dealt with individually in my inquiry report, obviously with the supplementary information specifically around the Haggis Side mounds in that supplementary note that came in last week.
I've asked myself several times today what we're all doing here and what we're trying to make a judgment about. And I want to ask you some questions about cultural significance and cultural heritage. You've agreed, I think, with Mr. Armstrong that there's a significant scatter of heritage assets throughout this area.
Yes.
Are you solely judging impact upon integrity of assets, either individually or as a group, or are you judging impact on the cultural significance of those assets in the landscape where they occur?
This touches on some evidence given earlier about the nature of the policy test that is being addressed. And so on the one hand, we have that policy test of effect on integrity of setting, which is a very specific test relating solely to scheduled monuments. And then more generally, we have the conclusions coming out of the guidance in EIA handbook, which encourages you to assess effects against their impact on the significance of their effect on the cultural significance of the assets. So there are two different pieces.
Can I ask you just to pause there?
Yes.
I'm not interested in the exercise of environmental impact assessment. I'm interested in the application of tests which would either enable consent to be granted or enable consent to be refused.
Yes.
Now, I'm sure you understand the difference.
Yes.
One of the repeated phrases that comes through your evidence is either cultural heritage or cultural significance. I need to understand, please, what you mean by cultural heritage or cultural significance. Is it just a question of the importance of the individual asset taken in isolation, or is it something more?
If I'm going to quickly be able to quote you a definition of cultural significance, I'm not sure.
I don't want you to do that, Dr.
That's fine. That's fine. I won't attempt.
You're the professional witness. I want to know
Yes.
what your evidence is, please, on this.
Right.
I know where we can find the definitions.
That's fine.
I want to try and understand what you're saying about cultural significance.
Cultural significance is a phrase, a cultural phrase that we use to describe what it is that we value about an historic place, or which we would refer to as a heritage asset. And so we describe it. It's descriptive. Separate from that, we might assign what we consider to be the importance of that asset. So, for example, when we're talking about designation of scheduled monuments, it is because they are nationally important. So having analysed their cultural significance, what we value about that asset, we might conclude that that is of national importance and therefore merits designation, for example.
And you would agree, presumably, that cultural significance obviously comes from a heritage asset, but is something that inures today. It still exists today and can have a cultural significance to this generation.
Yes, and if you look at guidance on these matters, and you look at, for example, the advice that we get from Historic Environment Scotland in their designation guidance, they encourage you to think about intrinsic characteristics, those aspects that are intrinsic to the actual physical fabric of the monument itself, contextual characteristics that are about its relationship to its surroundings, and then associative characteristics which pick up on typically the intangible connections that it has, the connections in community and memory that a particular asset might have with particular individuals or groups. So, so cultural significance is meant to be a quite broadly based understanding of what we value about a historic place.
And that can apply to individual heritage assets as well as to collections of heritage assets.
Yes, I think you could choose to undertake that exercise for an individual point, or you could choose to try and summarise it for a larger area.
Yeah. And so here, where we have a collection of heritage assets, part of what gives the area its character is that very collection, because of its historic identity.
Yes, I think that wherever you are in Scotland, or arguably wherever you are in the world, then our appreciation of the sum total of the heritage resource of a particular area, very much lends contributes to our understanding, our appreciation of that area as a whole. Yes.
And might that description, that historic asset description, be part of the relationship of the people who live there and the land in which they live?
Yes, I certainly think that there are particular aspects of cultural significance that largely reside with the local community. Yes.
I'm not talking about poetry and flag waving and accents or matters of that kind. I'm talking about physical historical assets. People form
in which case, I would change my answer slightly. That the physical existence of an asset is just the same for a member of the local community as it's for somebody coming in from elsewhere and visiting it. It remains the same asset.
Well, I wonder
physical assets.
I wonder if it is. I wonder if it isn't the case that local communities brought up, reared in that historic landscape, have a much deeper and better appreciation, sounder appreciation of the value of that landscape than, for example, occasional tourists and visitors, simply because of the depth of their understanding, which is bred into them.
Yes, I'm sure that's regularly the case, that a member of the local community could well have a greater understanding and could, as it were, identify aspects of cultural significance that a visitor might not appreciate.
Now, I'll ask you some questions about cultural heritage. Do areas, in your experience, have a cultural identity, or can they have a cultural identity because of the present of historic assets?
I think to some degree the answer must be yes. I suppose the question is to what extent the presence of those assets really drives the identity. And I think we would have to deal with very specific examples. But in principle, it is one of those things that makes up the landscape and the character of that landscape. It contributes to it in the way that topography would, in the way that the whole natural heritage would. So it's part of that mix that is contributing. And there must be landscapes where it is a more visible contribution than it is in other landscapes.
You mentioned earlier in your evidence that you had access to LiDAR work done by Scottish Borders Council.
That's right.
Does that just cover the site, or does it cover the wider area?
My understanding of the full extent of the LiDAR data that Scottish Borders Council held is very limited. I am aware of the extent insofar as it covers the application site, and it relates to that portion of the application site within Scottish Borders Council's area. I'm not aware of the reason for the commissioning of the data acquisition and therefore the area that it covered.
No background information. I think we have two Royal Commission reports, the Mott MacDonald work, which was done in connection with the forestry application, and the Scottish Borders LiDAR as far as it goes, together with the work done by your own team. Is that right?
And I suppose you would add to that the commission inventory for Roxburghshire as well will be the other obvious key source. And then a number of individual records about individual assets. So if we looked in the historic environment record, we'd find records being reported by individuals for individual sites. But the main survey efforts are the ones that we've just mentioned there. Yes.
Okay. Could you take up, I think nearly finally, could you take up Mr. Professor Scott and Mr. Young and Mr. Moffat's inquiry statement, please, and look at paragraph 2.
This is the archaeological detail.
That's correct.
Yes, I have.
Thank you very much. If you read down to the 4th paragraph, the broader region in which the Foreside footprint is set has a total of 480 recorded hill forts. This is the highest concentration of hill forts found anywhere in Scotland, Ireland, England, and Wales. By reference to figure 1 of Mr. Moffat's photographs, is that correct?
The honest answer is I don't know, and what we would need to define is which area of land we're meaning precisely. You draw a boundary around it.
We can ask Mr. Sorry, we don't need to waste time on it. We can ask Mr. Moffat that when he comes to give evidence. Given the size of these proposed turbines,
yes,
I'm not talking now in landscape impact terms or landscape visibility terms, but in general, are you able to say what distance from the perimeter of the wind farm is likely to be influenced by it in cultural terms? Or is that an impossible question?
I think we need to ask that question in the context of a particular historic place and what it was that we valued about that place before we could arrive at that question. Different assets have different sensitivities. There isn't a generalised.
Thinking about importance of an asset. Clearly, if something is scheduled or listed, then that speaks for itself. It is, by definition, of national or greater importance. If not listed or not scheduled, a judgment has to be made, as you point out in your evidence. And that's generally the judgment of an experienced person. Are there in existence rules for making that judgment?
I think that the guidance such as it exists, we would look to, for example, designation criteria, where Historic Environment Scotland sets out the way in which it would judge an historic place to determine whether it considered it was of national importance or not. So I think that is the closest we come to guidance on that subject.
In a sense, that's working back from the answer to the question, isn't it? Not the other way around. When you apply your own acquired skill to something which is perhaps invisible because it's under a mound or it's ruinous or whatever it is, are you doing anything more than applying your own acquired knowledge? The question was, are there any rules? And I suppose rules is the wrong word on reflection. Is there any received wisdom about applying your own knowledge to situations like that?
Well, I return to, in a sense, my first answer, that the clearest advice we have on it is advice from Historic Environment Scotland about how it approaches that process of designation, recognising, and they recognise that there will remain a considerable degree of professional judgment in it, but that process of understanding the cultural significance of the asset and then asking of it that set of questions around national importance in this case that seeks to establish that level of importance. So the designation guidance, I think, is the place you would go to see a structure, a framework in which you could exercise your judgment. You would still be exercising judgment.
Not everything can be listed, of course. Not everything can be scheduled. And so a judgment has to come into it.
Yes, it is not a mechanical process. It is not something where one could feed data into a machine and generate an answer.
And that's a judgment, I suppose, which could be influenced by local factors and local knowledge, local awareness of the importance of historical locations, historic assets.
Yes, I think that could be part of what contributes to your understanding of the importance of the place. Yes.
I think, Dr. Carter, you're not giving evidence, are you, on what I might call other cultural heritage? You are here as an archaeologist and to speak to the archaeological assets.
Indeed, it is a term that has slightly different meanings to different people, and that there would be aspects of what might be considered cultural heritage that my expertise does not extend to. For example, if you talked about, as it were, flag waving and issues like that, and my knowledge of such matters is limited.
But if we have more modern events, I hesitate to say, do you live in the past all the time? But that sounds rather pertinent. But you're talking essentially about archaeology and buried assets. If we talk about the air crash, which is mentioned in one of the recognitions of the statement, if we talk about an event which is locally celebrated for some event, you're not talking about that and its importance culturally to, for example, the borough of Langham.
Well, I think if you take those two examples that you just gave me, I think I would have no difficulty of recognising the air crash as potentially being an aspect of cultural heritage, and one that I should comment on. Yes.
But it's
I
not-
did. And the other example, I'm not sure of the nature of the event you had in mind.
No, I just wanted to find out what the limits of your evidence are, because they seemed up to now to have been really confined to archaeological questions, which one might say are more important in this context.
I think the nature of the assets that have been between the parties mean that we have been talking about what would be seen as conventional archaeological sites. But I think we would recognise as archaeologists that the more recent past is part of our cultural heritage as well. So there is not a hard line where you step outside the discipline.
Can I just take you back to the inquiry statement of the four-side group and ask you to go to paragraph 10?
The conclusion.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to know where we disagree, please. The author says the clear message from knowledgeable local people to the reporter is that these valleys are home to an undiscovered and unassessed archaeological El Dorado, containing and informing our knowledge of prehistoric, Roman, medieval, and even more modern tangible and intangible history. It contains, in other words, vital and irreplaceable links with the past. Now, there's a degree of rhetoric in that language, but do you think it's fair?
No, I don't think it is. I think I suppose that there are this comes back to how well we understand what might be referred to as the heritage baseline, using impact assessment terminology, how we understand that resource that might be affected by the proposed development. And whereas it is inevitable that anywhere in the landscape, anywhere in the world, there will be undiscovered things. And therefore, it is impossible to say, without completely turning over a whole landscape, what we don't know. The question therefore becomes, do we know enough? Is our knowledge sufficient to allow the decision maker to arrive at a sufficiently justified view on the acceptability or not of development? And my view is that various sources of information that have been tapped, that already exist, the additional information that has been gathered, gives us a sufficiently robust understanding of the nature of the historic landscape, both within and surrounding the application site. We can be confident about both the predicted effects on known assets and the potential for the proposed development to affect currently unrecorded assets. That degree of uncertainty that always exists in these sorts of developments. I think the evidence base is robust, and the conclusions that it draws are therefore well informed.
You describe that as inevitable. It's also inevitable, isn't it, that a development on this scale will have a widespread and pervasive influence. And whether that's an adverse or a neutral influence is, I think, the question for the reporter.
And there, I think it's difficult to answer, because unless we unpick what we mean by influence, it's hard to know whether we're referring to something that is relevant to my discipline or relevant, for example, to that of the landscape and visual impact assessment.
But the great advantage that any decision maker has in this case is that he or she starts with bare hills. And so an industrial development of the type proposed, which is on any view very large, is bound to have, and I'm choosing my words carefully, is bound to have a widespread, pervasive influence.
So I agree. If the point you're making is that it will be visible over a wide area, yes, it will be. But my task has been to understanding how that change, how that predicted change would affect the cultural heritage resource.
Exactly.
And you have our conclusions.
We're not just talking about visibility, are we? We're talking about influence on the cultural significance of that landscape, taken both individually, on the individual assets, and as a whole.
I think I need to understand what you mean by that.
Well, I'm sure you understand very well what I mean by it. We start with an open hillside. We propose a very large industrial development on land which has got a significant scatter of heritage assets. For good or bad, that development is going to influence the culture associated with all of those assets.
It will certainly be a change in the landscape. It's a change in the way that piece of landscape is being used. It will be a new part of the history of that landscape. Landscape continues to evolve. We in the United Kingdom are living in cultural landscapes that have been formed by the last 10,000 years of human history, and no doubt will continue to be cultural landscapes that will continue to evolve. And were a wind farm to be built on this site, it would be part of that continuing evolution of the cultural landscape, yes.
To take an example you gave earlier on in response to Mr. Craig, a walk up to use doors is not just a walk in the countryside, is it? For somebody with information, it's a walk along a historic route, and you would have the cognizance and the appreciation of what you were walking to and from and within.
Indeed you would, and that assessment of Useley's Watchtower and that discussion of the historic route, part of what you're seeking to assess there is to the extent to which, were the proposed development to go ahead, would that experience, with that ability to appreciate that bit of the landscape's history, be adversely affected or not? And that is very part of the assessment that we've undertaken in that particular part of the development side.
You have to start by saying, will it be affected at all? And then make a judgment about whether it's adverse, don't you?
Yes, because I think it's in terms of first principles, it's possible that there may be beneficial effects, and it's often easy to forget that. Yes, we tend to concentrate on the adverse.
But equally, if it was a fence post, nobody would bat an eyelid. If it's a 200-meter turbine rotating 22 times a minute, then that's a different category of assessment, is it not?
It is, and then we come back to issues of scoping and understanding what the likely significant effects would be, and the need for proportionality, where the information we provide to the decision maker is relevant in part to the nature of the project that is being proposed. And if the project was to build a new post and wire fence, it would not be detaining anybody, because that would not be work requiring planning permission.
You talked about proportionality this morning. I can just now find the passage. Bear with me a second. One.
To go to the EIA handbook, is this?
If you just bear with me 1 second and I'll find it. Yes, it was the EIA handbook. It was CD 13.5, and I think you took us to page from memory 67. Is that right?
From memory, yes, that's right. I'm just bringing it up.
That's it. There's a green box on page 67. You have it?
Yes, I have it.
The gathering of appropriate baseline information is a critical part of the EIA process.
Yes.
Information to be included set out in Schedule 4 of the planning regulations. And that's a regulation, and that's a reference to the EIA regs of 2017. I'm sure you know. Using that information, the following points offer advice. Now, there's nothing compulsory about each of these bullet points. But the first of them deals with proportionality and the importance of potential receptors. So if we go to the regulations and we go to Schedule 4, we find that people are included among the receptors who have to be considered. That's right, isn't it?
I believe so, although you're getting to areas of the regulations that aren't directly concerned with my work.
So, but that's fine. Thank you very much. Do. Thank you. I have no more questions for Dr. Carter. Thank you, Dr. Carter. I'm obliged.
Thank you.
Okay.
Carter, I have a few questions, some of which have been kind of covered in some of the questions, so not as many as I had to start off with, but there's a few points I just want to pick up on and just get some clarification from you if I could. The first one relates to, we'll probably hear a little bit more about this from Mr. McTeer on behalf of Dumfries and Galloway Council, and he says that he interprets the applicant's position regarding policy H3, which is the archaeology policy of the local development plan, as more strict than Scottish planning policy paragraph 145. That's his view of the applicant's position. Is this your view, and is that and could you confirm, is that the view of the applicant?
I think this may be referring to a reference in David Bell's evidence, because it's certainly not something I have specifically covered in my own evidence. So I don't know whether that's helpful to say that David Bell said it rather than me, or whether you still wish to hear my.
I still wish to hear your view.
Yeah.
We did make it very clear at the pre-examination meeting that policy matters relating to cultural heritage would be covered at the cultural heritage inquiry session.
Yes.
So
yes.
if I would like your view as well.
Yes. Yes. And see if I still have H3 open. Yes. I think the point you say about HE3 is that within just in terms of the text of the policy, it doesn't, other than exceptional circumstances, doesn't appear to allow any balance. So we have the council will support development that protects significant archaeological and historic assets and the wider historic environment from adverse effects. And without particularly defining what a significant archaeological or historic asset is. So arguably that could suggest that there are assets not covered under that. But then when it says, in considering development proposals, the council will need to be satisfied that the development preserves or enhances, that implies that there would be circumstances where adverse effects might be acceptable. So doesn't have an explicit balancing clause there. So I think it's so if that aspect of it is what comes to the fore, then it appears to be a stricter test. If actually that's not its intention, and the key part is really protecting significant archaeological and historic assets, then it becomes less strict.
Okay, I intend to explore this with Mr. McTeer as well, so just to understand how the policy is interpreted and intended to operate. So that's your position on that one.
Yeah.
The next point is looking at kind of methodology, and I had one outstanding question here, and it's kind of, I suppose, leading on a little bit from what Mr. Campbell was talking about earlier, but maybe exploring that a little bit further. And it's about assessing the importance of heritage assets. There's a table 9.3 in the EIA report, and I don't know if you could just get that up in front of you.
I have it.
I don't, just 1 second. Yeah, I do know. And it's headed Criteria for Assessing the Importance of Heritage Assets. And there's different categories there in terms of the importance of the asset ranging from nil importance right through to very high. and a range of criteria that are listed there in terms of where an asset falls in terms of the assessment. And what I wanted to explore with you was for an undesignated asset.
Yes.
I understand, and it talks about the methodology earlier on in the paragraphs there, it's the professional judgment of the assessor who determines how it is assigned in terms of table 9.3. So could you explain to me how the undesignated assets have been determined as low importance? And this is common throughout some of the assessment, and also why an assessment of no more than local importance is excluded. I'm trying to understand what's meant by the term no more than local importance. What categorises an asset in that kind of way?
There are a number of factors that can lead to that conclusion in reaching a judgment about any particular asset, and I think it revolves particularly around issues of how common a particular asset is. So it's a basic feature of abundance. It also relates to judgment about the level of information you could obtain from it. So in a sense, its cultural significance, particularly in terms of its intrinsic characteristics. Now that might be related to the nature of the asset, or it might be related to its condition. That is, a well-preserved asset that might be considered more important than a poorly preserved asset. Related to that is a question that says, could this asset serve a research agenda? Or that is, could we use it to answer a question we wish to ask about our history? And is that a question that would be asked in a national context, in a regional context, or perhaps in a local context? Because there can be many assets that are of great interest to somebody in a particular locality, because it informs them very much about the history of that particular locality. That interest would be very specific to that locality, and therefore one of only a local interest. And you could have the same asset somewhere else in the country that would be of no interest to somebody somewhere else in the country, but would have been of great interest to the person there. So there's an issue of as it were, scale in this, in terms of your geographical scale of interest from local through to national. So I'd say they're probably the principal factors that are in the mind of the assessor when they're seeking to reach a conclusion about this.
Just to briefly summarise, you've mentioned how common an asset is, how prevalent it is in the area.
Yeah.
The level of information you can get from it, and its understanding what it tells you, its intrinsic characteristics, and how well preserved perhaps it is, its general condition.
Yes.
And finally, you talked about the research potential of it, what you can understand, what you can learn from it, the questions it might answer in terms of local knowledge. So the assessment that's been done has excluded a range of undesignated assets on the basis of being of low importance. Presumably low importance is the category that I see in table 9.3. Category C listed buildings and undesignated assets of lesser importance. So these have all been classified as no more than local importance. They don't. Have they been looked at in any of these 3 points that you've raised here? Have they been looked at in terms of those particular aspects?
I didn't undertake the assessment, and I haven't sort of asked that specific question of the assessors who did. All I'm talking about is general practice within the company.
Right.
And so my expectation is that they are the factors that would have figured in that analysis.
Is that documented anywhere that I can understand how? I just want to understand how we've got to this stage of a large majority of undesignated assets being classed as low importance. I'm trying to understand how we've got from one to the next stage. And is it explained anywhere in the EIA report?
No, I don't think there is not an explicit explanation of that. No, there isn't.
Moving on to Pikethorpe Cairn, and I had a question on this, and it's paragraph 5.23 of your main recognition. And at 523, you state there will be no visibility of borrow pits and site compounds in views from the cairn or towards it from Wisp Hill. I just wanted to know, that kind of came out of nowhere, and I wondered where the evidence was for that. Is there a background document? Anything I can look at to get the evidence for that?
That will come from site visits. Pretty sure. I think site visit and probably a wireline that has not been submitted in evidence. I think that could well be part of it as well, but primarily from site visits.
There's not many ZTV maps, perhaps, that have been provided in that aspect. Just wondered if it's
no, because there's not a ZTV for Wisp Hill.
There's not a ZTV for Wisp Hill. Mm-hmm.
That's not primarily from observations that I have made on site. Yes.
Okay. Moving on to the scheduled forts at Brewery, Shore Hill, Craig Hill, Lock Hill, which is some of the forts that I referred to, and they're assessed in the EIA report. It states that the turbines will not dominate or detract. And I know we touched on this a little bit earlier, and I just want to understand this a little bit more. Could you tell me, just flipping that, how would something be judged to dominate and detract? What category of impact would it have to be judged to dominate and detract in the context of what we're talking about here? Could you give me an example?
Yeah, I think in general terms, when I'm looking at a range of assets, ones where I would think they are sensitive to visual dominance is where the asset itself is designed to be a prominent feature in the landscape. And so the example that we tend to reach for is the prominent memorial. So say, for example, that we are in a picturesque designed landscape, and there is an eye-catcher structure on a hill that can be seen from the principal house. So say it's a memorial obelisk or a mausoleum or something like that, where it is intended to draw the eye and intended to be the focal point in that view. If you then inserted a development, and for example, wind turbines certainly have the capability of doing this in close proximity to that monument, it would dominate and detract because it's taking away from our appreciation of this as the focal point in the view. So I think it comes primarily from an assessment about whether we value the heritage asset for being a prominent structure in the first place, whether that's part of its cultural significance. I think that's the principal division. And there are many assets where in the case we stick with the example of turbines, where the actual visual change would be just as great as the example with the obelisk or the mausoleum. And so, as it were, the potential for visual distraction would be just as great. But because we are not valuing it as a prominent feature, and that's not how we understand it, there is not an adverse effect on the way in which setting is contributing to its significance. So it stems from our understanding of that significance and the contribution of setting.
And the feature, it's the actual characteristics of the asset, but also the dominance, I suppose, of the development that's coming forward, the actual construction as well.
Yeah,
and
the combination of the two.
Appreciate it's very theoretical in terms of different examples, and there's not one example you can point to.
Wind farms, but by nature of their character, tend to raise questions about visual dominance because of the height of turbines and their scale relative to the landscape that they're in. But the issue is to identify those assets that are sensitive to that point, and the example of the obelisk is one.
The next question I have is around something that Mr. Campbell was touching on as well. And I suppose I just want to understand a little bit more, to understand what your position is on this one. The way you've got related, scheduled and unscheduled and designated assets, do you think it's appropriate to assess them sometimes where they are related as a group in terms of their setting, as well as individually? Do you think it's appropriate to do that? And are there some examples here that you might say, actually, there are groups that collectively, if you looked at them together, I'm not suggesting you would come to a different view, but it's possible if you did that, that you might get a different understanding?
I think certainly in principle, yes, you can. And the sort of theoretical answer to this is that you can instead of identifying an individual structure, or as a point in the landscape as the heritage asset, you identify an area of landscape as possessing particular cultural heritage interest, that it is treated as a single unified asset. Now, probably a relatively low-key example of that would be some of the areas of post-medieval cultivation remains adjacent to the main access track, where if you took an individual asset view, you could divide them up into a series of separate areas of cultivation, separate banks, separate enclosures, separate turf bank structures that make up that group. But actually, it is much more useful to see it as an area of now abandoned cultivation, which includes some areas that are enclosed, some areas that are unenclosed, some areas with cultivation rigs and small turf structures among them, because they all fit together as a contemporary, or broadly contemporary, and functionally related unit. So I would certainly see a benefit in seeing areas like that as a single area of landscape that has a particular history and has particular characteristics and particular cultural significance that unifies it. Whether I don't think that would be particularly helpful, for example, if we went into Eskdale and we took the area including all the Iron Age forts of Eskdale and made that a single landscape of Iron Age forts. I think that's part because they're not all necessarily contemporary, they are largely experienced as individual assets, and they have a relationship to their settings which is likely to be individual and unique to each asset. So you probably lose clarity of analysis if you try and lump them together. So I suspect the fundamental reason for doing it would be one of pragmatism, that it leads you to a more coherent assessment.
Just on the back of that, I'll ask the council of this tomorrow as well, but this isn't identified as an archaeologically sensitive area, so I understand it's not designated as that. In your view, is that the correct designation for this, or non-designation of this area? That's Dumfries and Galloway Council's policy.
Yes, and I'm aware of the other areas in Dumfries and Galloway that do have that designation. Yes, I certainly think that particularly focusing on what might be seen as the major designated assets, they very much largely stand alone as individual assets rather than part of an archaeological landscape. There isn't an absolutely clear dividing line, in the sense, touched on the point in my questions with Mr. Campbell, that all landscapes are cultural landscapes in Scotland, and therefore they all have a historic dimension. And so, for example, the main area of the application site is a very, from a historic perspective, is a very typical southern uplands landscape, one dominated by the history of livestock grazing and all the associated features, the folds, the bush and so on that come with that. But I think that would not be considered of sufficient importance to merit designation as one of those archaeological areas. So no, I don't think that there is a missing area designation in this part of Eastern Dumfriesshire.
Final question. If you could just explain to me, this proposal goes ahead, how would the applicant deal with any known and unknown archaeology that they encounter on the site? How would that effectively emerge? Would conditions play a part in that, and to what extent can conditions help in dealing with those, particularly the unknown aspects of
yes,
archaeological aspects?
Yes, I think absolutely conditions play a part in it, because they set the framework to ensure that necessary works take place. For known assets where effects have been predicted, the target should be to address them as early as possible, so that they do not get caught up in the wider construction process and therefore in any way compromise the quality of the work that's been doing, and from a practical point of view, interrupt the construction program. So they should be dealt with in an early stage, as soon as access can be gained. The unknown assets, in my experience, are best addressed by having appropriate qualified archaeological staff on site. So the role of an archaeological clerk of works is something that can be used to ensure that there is good communication between the main contractor and the archaeologists, to ensure that works are being monitored and that there is a protocol in place to allow for works to be suspended, to deal appropriately with unexpected discoveries. So I think it's about having those systems in place, so that when something is discovered that was previously unrecorded, there is a structure in place to deal with it properly.
Have you had sight of the draft conditions that we'll be discussing on Thursday?
I have, and I don't have a copy of it in front of me, and so
I'm not asking, but you have had a chance to have a look at them.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And basically, I think all this could be dealt with by fleshing out what would be a programme of works condition to be agreed with the relevant local authorities. That would put all that sort of detail in.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. That's very helpful.
Okay.
Mr. Hardy, do you have any questions in terms of re-examination?
No, it's 5 o'clock. It's hot. There are 2 good reasons not to re-examine. So thank you.
Okay, that's fine by me. So yes, we are behind schedule, and so we'll be kicking off tomorrow nice and early, if we can, 10 o'clock start, but presumably that suits everybody, unless you want to go a little bit earlier. I mean, I'm happy to start earlier because we have got quite a lot to get through.
I was just about to raise that. I don't think we need to start earlier tomorrow necessarily, but it does, I think, cast a doubt over a condition session on Thursday, because just looking at the list, that's Mr. McTeer, Smith Nicholson, 2 Hes witnesses, Mr. Moffat tomorrow. That's not going to happen, I don't think. But I do think that would happen with the additional, if you're going to take half a day for landscape, which I do think is realistic, and I'm certainly in control of the questioning on that. There's only one person questioning, that will be done. I think that gives some extra time on Thursday. So I think my preference would be to run the cultural heritage through till it's finished, and then do landscape, say, Thursday afternoon rather than break and come back. So my preference, I think now, having seen what we've got through today, is to shelve the condition session, because I think we're going to take tomorrow and Thursday to get through everything else.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same way. Anybody else want to comment on that? Mr. Armstrong, what's your take on it?
Well, it obviously depends on my friend's, the length of his questioning. He will have a better idea because he's obviously going to be asking most of the questions tomorrow. I certainly will not have a substantial amount of examination in chief, and certainly nothing approaching the time that Mr. Hardy took this morning. And we did take up quite a lot of time with problems online, and hopefully we'll have that tomorrow. I would still been hopeful to get through it all and still be able to do the conditions. I mean, I don't know the extent of the areas of dispute with the parties and the conditions, but Mr. Hardy indicated that they weren't large.
I'm doubtful. I just think that physically the number of people we've got to get through tomorrow, which is 2 witnesses for the council, 2 witnesses for HES, and 2 witnesses for Forsyth Community Group, is 6 witnesses in a day. Is quite a lot to get through, and I'm not banking on our IT system being nice and good to us tomorrow. You know, I think there's always that the contingency plan potentially could be that the condition session may not happen on Thursday. I'm going to just see how things progress tomorrow, and by the middle of tomorrow, I think we'll make a decision in terms of how far we've got.
Yeah.
So we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So are there any more views on that? Mr. Campbell, do you have any?
Yes, I'm very happy to start. Very happy to start at 9:30.
Broken up at the last moment for me, so.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Okay.
Sorry,
Mr.
you
Campbell,
asked me. I'm happy to start early, but I'm not plugging for it. It's up to you, ma'am.
Okay.
I think, Mum, there would be a difficulty starting early with certainly one of my witnesses, so the preference would be to start at 10. But
I think we'll continue starting at 10, and we'll see how far we get by the middle of the day, and then make a decision as to whether we continue with the condition session on Thursday. Any other comments? Mr. Gregg, you want to add anything in there?
No, that sounds fine to me, ma'am. I've canvassed opinion in the room here, and we could be available on Thursday if the session was to overrun then, and our witnesses were required. So I think play it by ear and see how it goes tomorrow.
Mr. Campbell, would your witnesses be available on Thursday if for some reason we ran into Thursday morning?
Yeah, I'll make them available.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Okay.
I'll buy them a box of chocolates, man.
Fine. Might need more than that. Right. Okay. Lovely. Thank you for that today, and I'll see you all at 10 a.m. tomorrow. In fact, you can just try and get on the call a little bit before, just make sure everything's working and test everybody's sound and everything. That would be good. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.